finals on CVM, you know.
But mums, you can't watch it on CVM website, man.
Score! The Sun score! The Sun score! The Sun score! The Sun score!
Greatness begins here.
Comfort can replace pain. Peace can replace turmoil. Hope can replace sorrow. God loves you. God hears you. God speaks to you in your thoughts, in your heart, and through living prophets. Come, hear the words God has for you.
It's time!
Welcome to High School Pitchside. We have another fascinating episode for you.
More matches, more big clashes.
Let's talk about some of the big rivalries coming up this week.
More of your favorite features.
And trust me, you won't fall asleep in this history class.
And of course, we always want to hear from you.
Hear from your alma mater's players and coaches in Team Talk.
You know we can't leave you out. So send us your messages on social media and watch us react on FanView.
And you know we love a good little debate, right, Gio?
We've got you covered all season long on High School Pitchside.
High School Pitchside, your ultimate guide to all things schoolboy football, Thursdays at 8 p.m. on CVM TV. CVM Television is the official broadcaster of ISSA Schoolboy Football 2025. Unauthorized recording, broadcast, or streaming of matches or related events is strictly prohibited. CVM Sports ISSA Schoolboy Football is brought to you by KFC, Ping Pong, Catch, Water, Pringles, True Shake, Powerade, Burt's Auto Parts.
Only a few games to go in the first round of the Decarteret Cup. We've got a doubleheader today with big implications at the top of Zone F, with 3 of the top 4 place teams all in action live from Manchester. But first up is the team currently sitting in second, who can confirm their place with a positive result, battling against a team rooted to the bottom of the zone on only 2 points after 7 matches played. It's Belair High versus Mt.St. Joseph Catholic in 2025 ISSA Decarteret Cup action, live and exclusive on CVM TV. Pleasant good afternoon, everyone. My name is Anthony Golding, and joining me for commentary is the ever reliable Mr. Leger Williams. Leger, how are you doing today?
I'm doing really well. I'm looking forward to 2 very good games of football. The conditions here, although hot, are still quite lovely, and I'm looking forward to see what Belair bring to the table, what Mt.St. Joseph bring to the table, Decarteret, and of course high-flying Manchester, who have been one of the more impressive teams in the Decarteret Cup this season. But that's after. Now we're focusing on Belair and Mt.St. Joseph, and let's just see what they can bring to the table in 1 p.m. glorious Manchester sunshine.
Indeed, and I mean, we always seem to get on games where it seems to be David versus Goliath in terms of Belair High now second in the table, only lost a couple of games this season. Mt.St. Joseph lost 5 of their 7. On paper, it should be a fairly comfortable Belair High win. As I said, they're looking with a win today. They confirm their spot in the next round, confirm their second place in the zone. Well, we'll go right back to that. First of all, lineups here for Belair High. Number 1 in goal, Nathaniel Bird. Number 2, Tariq Salmon. Number 3, Tyrese Hyatt. Number 4, Kaylan Hunt. Number 5, Martin Darling. Number 7, Miguel Harrison. Number 8, Jaheim Reed. Number 10, Fante Johnson. Number 11, Devon Brown. Number 16, Khalil Pinnock. And number 20, Roshane Francis, under coach Garth Burke. And then for Mt.St. Joseph, number 1 in goal, Justin Bennett. Number 2, Lishtafari Lawrence. Number 3, Ramon Richards. Number 4, Hugh Marie Lewis. Number 6, Nicholas Shea Hamilton. Number 7, Caleb Smith. Number 8, Jabari Jones. Number 9, Kadane Morris. Number 10, Tishawn Morris. Number 11, Kamari Morgan, and number 13, Nathan McFarlane, under coach Oren Osborne. Teams now just about ready to kick off here. Belair High in the green and yellow, kicking from left to right on your screen. Mount St. Joseph in the red. And we're on the way here at Manchester High. Belair in possession and looking for a massive 3 points that would build confidence for them going into the next round. Nearly lost possession early. They keep a hold of it for now, and Mount St. Joseph look to blast things clear. Or Tishan Morris there, but it's gone out for a throw-in.
Yeah, I think the start will be very important for Belair, not only to get a foothold in the game, but also to get some confidence going. It is nearing the end of the first round. It's very important for these teams to really get a foothold of things and try and get as much confidence and rhythm going into the next round. So for Belair, I think it will all be about the performance today, just as it will be about getting all 3 points.
And they've started on a high here as they get the ball down the left-hand side. It's a lovely cross into the box. It's just over the head of Khalil Pinnock, who still got it here, but it's good defending. And Mount St. Joseph can scrap it away, and now can they lead a counter-attack. Oh, brilliant 1-2, but it's just out of the reach that time. And it's going to be a Belair throw on this near side, taken quickly by Captain O'Shane Francis. And now it's all the way back to Nathaniel Bird. Ball through the line, just a lovely one. First touch was a bit heavy, left him under some pressure, but once again, here's Francis, infield, and now some space for Belair to play through. But it's a good challenge, crunching challenge from Jabari Jones, who now looks to switch the play, but it's comfortable defending that time for Belair. Mount St. Joseph still on it though, still just looking to provide a bit of pressure, and that time Belair do well enough to escape it. Lovely flick around the corner, and now they will look to settle into some possession.
Yeah, I think early on, based on the words of Coach Osborne of Mount St. Joseph, his team will look to be as compact as possible. It will all be about Belair and their ability to break them down. They are attempting to do so now, but so far at least, with Mount St. Joseph winning that goal kick, they've been relatively comfortable in defense. Still early doors, of course, but so far at least they are following their coach's instructions.
Yeah, and I mean, in terms of the quality, they have lost quite a few players from their team last year. Last year they finished the first round of the Decarteret Cup on 10 points, 3 wins and 1 draw. And you can clearly see that the loss of players, has affected them, as this season only on 2 points as Belair now look to come forward once again, but it's comfortable defending from Mount St. Joseph, and the offside flag does go up. But losing players certainly did have a big impact. As you said, Coach Osborne said that they lost 9 of their big players from last season. So again, it's another young squad that we're seeing, but they're going to look to get bodies behind the ball, not allow Belair a lot of space to play through. As you said, it's going to be about how Belair can utilize the attacking talent that they have as the ball goes up for a throw-in to break down this side. Speaking of attacking talent, their top scorer though, Nathan Powell, starts on the bench. He's got 5 goals this season in the Decarteret Cup. So if things aren't going their way, they do have some firepower they can bring onto the pitch.
Yeah, they have shared the goals around this season, Belair. 23 they've scored this season, but their top scorer only with 5, so they've had to really delegate things when it comes on to goal scoring in their team. But you are right though, Nathan Powell coming off of the bench will be a big boost for them if they need it. I think from a Belair perspective, they'll hope that they don't necessarily need him.
Mount St. Joseph.
Belair trying to knock it around. And here they are on the attack now, down this left-hand side. Trying to get across in now. Belair have been the team in the ascendancy in this game so far. Trying to put on some early pressure onto Mount St. Joseph, but that pass just loose in the end. Mount St. Joseph, that's going to be a mouthful to say today, but Mount St. Joseph escape. Another goal kick to them. Yet to test the custodian of the team in red, our Belair, Justin Bennett. Now they'll try to attack down this right-hand side. That's a crunching tackle coming in, and so far they have been sturdy.
Sturdy indeed. Belair though with a throw-in long into the box, headed away initially but not fully cleared. Belair still have it, and it's a snapshot. Came in from quite some distance, and it's a shot that went well wide of Justin Bennett's goal. Goal kick taken long, headed away and out for another Mount St. Joseph throw. It's a bit of a slow start here for both teams, and it's a foul throw there by Ramon Richards, and Belair look to take advantage quickly, maybe too quickly that time, and they lose possession for a moment. The captain though swings it infield. Good drop of the shoulder there, but the pass is wayward. But so too is the clearance. And Belair once again in possession deep into the Mount St. Joseph half. That's brilliant skill, but the pass on the end of it,
yeah, couldn't follow it up.
Yeah, didn't quite match the level of the skill that we saw.
A really good piece of play there initially.
The goal kick goes long. Once again, Belair clear at the first time of asking. And as I said, a bit of an understated start to this game. Neither team has really started to strut their stuff, play some decent football as a strike comes in from distance. Another early sighter that doesn't put the keeper under any pressure at all. And it's another goal kick now for Belair, which they take short as they look to play through the line, but it's a poor pass, and now can Mount St. Joseph, and the touch was a poor one. They're still on it though. It's all a bit sloppy at the moment, but Belair can get it clear only as far as a Mount St. Joseph throw. It's taken down the line, cleared initially by Belair, and now they look to take hold of possession. And they look for the ball over the top, which has been missed by the defender of Mount St. Joseph. And he's in behind here. Can he get the shot away? It's good defending initially. He still got it. Plays it across. Oh, and he just missed the shot. The shot comes back in though. Still not clear. The shot comes in again. And it's a brilliant finish. And Belair take an early lead. Just 8 minutes on the clock. And it's a lovely strike from outside of the box. It's Belair 1, Mount St. Joseph 0.
Yeah, not much celebration to go with it either. Very good finish that one. He was accumulating those chances. They looked to score early. They wanted to score early. And when it eventually broke for him, top of the box, the finish was actually quite superb, right into the corner. And Belair, early 1-0 lead in this game.
As I said, it was a superb finish. Just opened his body up, like a pass it into that top corner. Really cultured finish. And immediately, Coach Osborne will not be pleased with that, as it's a lovely attempt at a through ball there, but good goalkeeping that time from Nathaniel Bird, where the intent from Mount St. Joseph to defend compact and try and hold Belair at bay. Well, the resistance has been broken within 10 minutes.
Yeah, after starting the game relatively well also, they'll be a little bit disappointed, not only that they would have conceded, but the manner in which they did also. Belair really brought a lot of players into the final third there. There are a lot of players in the box. So even when the ball was initially cleared, the chances were initially blocked, it always fell to a Belair shirt. I think that will be the most disappointing part to Coach Osborne.
Yeah, I mean, for Mount St. Joseph now, is can they take advantage when they win the ball high up the pitch? Because they've had a few occasions where their strikers gotten on the ball, but they haven't quite been able to stitch things together. Attempted a Robona pass that time, and now they look to go long and direct into the feet of Kamari Morgan. The ball is cleared well by Belair. Still with the boys in red though. That's a scuffed pass by Kadane Morris. And the clearance though from a Belair perspective is a poor one, and once again Mount St. Joseph can look to come forward. And it's lackadaisical defending from Belair at times. That time it was Devon Brown who just fell asleep, but they've gotten away with it here. Ball's off another Belair throw. We're not taking on Belair looking to come away from some pressure, but Mount St. Joseph nearly again just almost win it back high up the pitch. There is some danger here for Belair, but they've worked it well enough, and now they look to play through the lines, but that final pass for them isn't quite there at the moment. But so too for Mount St. Joseph as they continue to look to go long, but at the moment the weight of pass is just lacking quite a bit from them.
And you can see that's a game plan as well from Mount St. Joseph, because they are leaving numbers forward. Here's one of those numbers, and yeah, again, that final action has been letting them down. But when they do win the ball, especially in the midfield area, they always have attackers to hit. But either that pass to the attacker, or when the attacker eventually gets it, their final shot or pass hasn't quite been good enough.
It was a clearance from the goalkeeper, only found a green shirt, and now Belair will look to come forward once again. It's a lovely ball into the box, but the flag, I believe, went up against Miguel Harrison of Belair. But again, the danger immediate for Mount St. Joseph when they lose the ball in their own third. The quality from Belair to get the ball into the box early, extremely dangerous, and it's already going to be an early substitution here for Mount St. Joseph as Kamari Morgan goes off, and he's replaced by the number 18 Ashani Edwards. So I'm not too sure if that's an injury, or it may just be a change in shape here, because Ashani Edwards has gone straight to centre back and Morgan was playing left wing. So early adjustment possibly by Coach Osborne.
Yeah, because he must be concerned about the space that Belair is getting in these areas. I'm not quite sure if a shape change will fix that, because we're still seeing Belair players occupy that last line pretty comfortably at this current moment.
Brilliant switch of play and brilliant bit of skill, but the pass at the end of it was just a bit off target. But Belair though still in possession. Oh, lovely dummy there. And now can they get a better ball into the box? It's swung across. It's a free shot on goal. Miguel Harrison again finding himself in acres of room inside the Mount St. Joseph box, but the finish on the end of it wasn't up to scratch.
Yeah, and that's what I meant when I said that I'm not quite sure if it's going to make too much of a difference, because 3 centre backs on the park and more defenders, and we're still seeing Belair players pretty comfortable in finding space in that box.
Oh, that's a brilliant bit of play there if he can get onto it. He challenged for it and he's been fouled there to Sean Morris. Only 1-2 attempt from Mount St. Joseph. For them, it will be about if they can string more of those moves together, get themselves up the pitch into some space and utilize some set play opportunities when they come. And here's one of them, potentially to punt it into the box. It's Hugh Marie Lewis. does get it towards the box, but the touch only afforded Belair possession once more. And it's all a bit disjointed from both teams as it's missed in the middle, now headed wide by Belair. Lewis tries to keep it in, and he does well to win a throw-in.
Yeah, he's looked like their player that has some spark to him. Sean Morris.
Yeah. And just one goal this season for Tishawn Morris. Belair's top scorer, Mt.St. Joseph's top scorer, their number 9. His namesake, Kadane Morris, is also playing up top. But as I said, goals have been hard to come by for Mt.St. Joseph. Only 5 on the season thus far. And Belair now looking to add a second of the day for them. It's a strike that comes in, and it's a brilliant strike into the bottom corner. Not a chance for Justin Bennett. But actually, I think... Oh no, it is a goal. The goal is given. Brilliant finish. 2-0 Belair.
Yeah, and that was so well taken on the swivel as well. Brought that down really well on the swivel, bottom corner. And Justin Bennett has already had to take the ball out the back of his net twice in the opening 16 minutes.
Yeah, the goal that time was Miguel Harrison, his strike, and he's been one of their main Benjamin so far in this game. 16 minutes played. If you're just joining us, Belair have been in pretty much total control, save for a couple of moments of Mt.St. Joseph pressure. It's the 9th goal of the season for Miguel Harrison. He has been in flying form for them. And Belair now looking to come forward, potentially to add a third, but cleared that time by the Mt.St. Joseph defense. Belair still have it though. Lovely ball out wide. And now looking to play it in behind. He skip past one challenge. Brilliant bit of play. Can he get it across? And he was lurking again. Was Miguel Harrison. They've still got it here. It's back into the box. And at the second time of asking, Justin Bennett claims it. Belair still on it here. Now looking to come forward. And of course, in this zone, games are played both home and away in Zone F of the DaCosta Cup. So this is the return fixture. Mt.St. Joseph came out 7-0 losers at home against Belair in the previous game. And I mean, they'd certainly be looking to get a better result this time around, but they haven't started well at all.
Yeah, it hasn't been a positive start for them, but this Belair team has grown from strength to strength so far in this season, and they're in again down this left-hand side.
Can he get the ball into the box? He does shape to shoot, and it's comfortable that time for Justin Bennett, but as I said, time after time, Belair coming forward at will, taking shots at will, and threatening Mt.St. Joseph seemingly every time they get into their final third. And now they look to come forward once more. It's a loose pass that time, but they've still got possession of the ball. There's Francis looking to get it out wide, but possession for a moment is reclaimed by Mt.St. Joseph, but it really is only a moment, and Belair once again trying to come forward. It's a crunching challenge and a good tackle that time. Going to be a Belair throw. Potentially a long one into the box here. Is a long throw. Can they get the flick on? They do, but it should be, and it is comfortable for Bennett. But again, immediate pressure from Belair, and Mt.St. Joseph once again trying to go long, trying to clear their lines. Nice composure initially, but he gives it away there. Ramon Richards. And now potentially some time for Belair to settle into possession, but as I said immediately, both teams really so far today going direct quite a bit. It's led to this game being, like I said earlier, a bit disjointed. Not much time the ball being played on the floor. And with the exception of the 2 Belair goals and a couple of chances that they've had, really, it's been a game of moments.
Yeah, it really has been. Belair have been the more enterprising team, but yeah, that pretty much sums it up to Sean Morris. Tame effort at goal. Yeah, Belair certainly have been the enterprising team, but they haven't been sustaining pressure much as they look for another long pass over the top, which will be hooved up by Justin Bennett.
Bennett goes long once again this time. Morris, again, just trying to keep a hold of the ball, but none of the St. Joseph attackers at the minute can make it stick. And now, Belair driving down that left-hand side. A lot of their opportunities have been on the left so far. Looking to get across into the box again. Instead, they go short. Now potentially trying to switch the play out to the right. Cleared well by St. Joseph, but again, every single St. Joseph clearance is straight to a green shirt. And Shane Francis can look to play things down the line.
Yeah, it has looked very comfortable for Belair so far. St. Joseph not really applying much pressure in an attacking sense. I think the compactness has gone out of the window for Coach Osborne's men.
As again they look to come forward, trying to just skip around his man. That time it's very good defending indeed from Hugh Marie Lewis. Ball into the box again. Oh, and it's poor defending. It's going to fall to a Belair body, but the offside flag once again goes up on this near side. And St. Joseph once again off the hook.
Yeah, and that offside flag really has been saving St. Joseph on a few occasions. Again, a lot of space here.
And Belair looking to play into that space, and again, looking to come down this left side. Hamilton has had a lot of work to do. He hasn't done it well. That time the clearance has been missed. Hamilton was lurking, shot coming in. And that time, again, Justin Bennett can claim comfortably his clearance up to Morris. Oh, brilliant bit of skill from Morris. Does he have much support though? Looking for the ball in behind, but again, that is not close to any of his teammates. Again, the initial moments from Morris have been good, trying to hold things up, but there's nobody around him to play those intricate 1-2s with, to try and connect with. Here again, St. Joseph trying to come forward. Here is Morris once again, looking for options. That's a better ball from him.
A bit selfish in that instance, Kadane Morris.
Yeah, it's led to, once again, possession being in the hands of Belair. Lackadaisical clearance. St. Joseph on it once again. Again, possession
pretty
trading.
brief.
Yeah, possession trading hands quite frequently. Again, looking for that ball in behind to use the pace on this left wing. Good challenge. But the play of Jaheim Reed down this left flank has been a source of constant threat so far for Belair. Turn taken quickly. Belair looking to come forward. They've lost it though. A fairly dangerous position. And can St. Joseph build something? Can they get out of their lines? The answer once again is a resounding no. And Belair
lapsing concentration there. Over on the right hand side, Khalil Pinnock, who has been very bright so far in this game for Belair. Always dangerous down this right hand side as they look to attack again, but this time it's cleared.
It's another very, very subpar clearance from St. Joseph. That time doing the defending was a substitute, Ashani Edwards, and he's put it out for a corner kick for Belair. Their first of this game. And Miguel Harrison comes across. He's already scored one. And he potentially set up a third goal for Belair. Ball into the box from Harrison towards the back stick. Headed into the ground and then safely into the arms of Bennett. Once again, Bennett looks to go long. Morris is challenging here and he's got a runner, but the touch just evades him, allows Belair to get the clearance on. But still though, St. Joseph on the ball. Very briefly. Once again, Belair look to switch over to this right side. Good defensive header that time. As Khalil Pinnock once again was looking to go one-on-one with Ramon Richards. And the battles on the wing thus far for Belair, they've been winning them fairly consistently and have been providing them quite a few chances as Harrison looks to shoot. That time off target, just wide of Bennett's goal.
Again, picking up those positions right in front of the back line. It seems as if the Mount St. Joseph backline are a bit weary of stepping out and engaging with the attackers from Belair when they drop off that last line. And it has allowed them a lot of space, not only to drop off, but then to play those passes in behind on the wings.
Let's get us another long ball over the top from Belair. And again, it's more really lackadaisical play in the middle. But again, Belair, they have the quality. They've been able to pick up the loose balls, pick up the scraps and maintain control of this game. But so far the performance has been, while it's been comfortable, it's by no means been a sensational performance 26 minutes in from Belair. A fair few moments where they could really have done better. Here's another one, balling behind. They do keep it in, but good defending from Mount St. Joseph initially. He's got to be sure here. Oh, it's fantastic attacking play, and I think he's won a corner actually. Great work down that left from Fronte Johnson.
Yeah, persistent work. The last corner caused some danger from Miguel Harrison. Let's see what he can serve up on this occasion.
Just fakes us out there with Harrison. He goes short this time. Oh, lovely turn. Gets it across the box and there was nobody in green to touch it in. They get it back into the danger area though. Bennett has to be sure and he claims well enough that time. Looking to go long, Mount St. Joseph. And they pick up the second ball. One of the first times this afternoon we've been able to say that. But again, they give it away, and it's been a lot of times we've said that. But again, the play from Belair, it's really just been extremely sloppy at times. And that time, Devon Brown is giving possession back to Mount St. Joseph. But it's been inconsequential as Brown is once again on it. Now Belair down this right side, brilliant switch of play out to Pinnock, looking for the ball in behind for Harrison. Good first touch, trying to play the return to Pinnock. He wins it back though. Belair still on it. Mount St. Joseph can't clear their lines. Here's Harrison, just had to stick a toe out at it. That means he really couldn't get sufficient power on to cause Bennett any problems. And Bennett now goes long. Here is Morris. The touch though is a very, very poor one, and it means that he can be shepherded out well by Martin Deering.
Yeah, who has looked very solid so far for this Belair team. A little over 29 minutes gone.
Referee just asking for a retake of the goal kick there. Now we should be on the way once again, and we are. Again, Belair look to play short. They put on the pressure from Mount St. Joseph, but they do well enough to get out of it. Harrison looking for the ball in behind. should be comfortable for St. Joseph, and that's actually very good defending. But the clearance, again, comes all the way through for Daring. Very little pressure being put on these Belair centre halves at the moment. Trying to put the ball in behind. Another good clearance from St. Joseph. And that's really what they've had to do all half so far. And the referee's blown up for a free kick there for St. Joseph. And it's actually going to be an opportunity for a cooling break half an hour into this game.
A well-needed cooling break as well. It is Manchester after all, and it is 1 p.m. sun, well 1:30 sun now.
I mean, so far, Leger, has it been as you expected in terms of the performances from both of these teams so far?
Yeah, I think so. I think I've been a little underwhelmed when it comes down to the overall coordination and ability for the players to stick some passes together on both sides. But in terms of the flow of the game, I've certainly been impressed with how Belair have persisted with creating chances. And speaking of how they created chances, this is how they got both of their goals in these games. Defensive error first up, and then racing through was Harrison, who eventually played it across. A couple of chances, a couple of bites at the cherry. Clearances came, but then that finish, extremely calm. Fante Johnson, eventually the one who got it done. Not closed down quickly enough, decided to take a pop, and despite the touch from Justin Bennett, it was a very good finish right into the corner of that net. And he was involved again for the second, but excellent control. Miguel Harrison took it down in acres of space, not engaged, and through the legs of the defender. That's a really excellent finish, actually. Justin Bennett couldn't get off the mark quick enough to slow them down.
Indeed. Two very, very good finishes from Belair. And like I said, despite the fact that their play leading up to the goals hasn't been quite sharp to their high standards, they've been able to use that quality in the final third to give themselves a comfortable 2-0 lead in this game. So back on the way here. And again, ball right back into the arms of Nathaniel Bird. Looking to play it out wide. Khalil Pinnock inside now. Ante Johnson just dropping deep, looking to get involved. And again, it's a loose touch in the middle there. And again, it's Devon Brown, who's not really been under immense pressure from St. Joseph, but a couple of times he's afforded them easy possession. His passes has been a bit loose. Belair though, still on it. Here's Brown once again. Another loose touch that in the end affords possession back to St. Joseph, but he's under pressure and Harrison's done brilliantly, and Harrison scores. Fantastic finish. And the work rate initially to put the pressure on, win the ball back high up the pitch and finish it off. What an afternoon Miguel Harrison is having. It's 3-0 to Belair.
And you can tell that he has the nose of a striker as well, because sense the danger from the loose touch, the loose approach to the ball from that St. Joseph defender, and was immediately hustling and hurrying him and towed that ball off. And as soon as he got that sniff of goal, it was a very emphatic finish. Belair 3 goals up, and you can't say they haven't deserved it in this game.
Indeed, and they're going to be looking to come forward again. Here's Khalil Pinnock down the right. It's Harrison. Even though it's Fante Johnson in the midfield, gets away from one challenge and he's taken down. It's going to be a free kick in a very, very dangerous position for Belair. Miguel Harrison, 10 goals on the season. As you said, he looks like he has the nose of a striker, and he's been putting them away all year long for Belair.
Yeah, the 26th goal that Belair have scored this season. Miguel Harrison with 10 of them. Really has been impressive for the team in green And they have a free kick here in a very promising area. Enough time to get it up and over the wall.
Free kick taken. Won it. In the end, Justin Bennett looked like he was comfortable watching that one go wide, but it was, I think, closer than he thought from Fante Johnson. In the end, it's a goal kick for Mount St. Joseph and an opportunity for them to get the ball forward, look to connect here. Good first touch that time from Morris. But again, the connection between the two Morrises, Cadane and Tishawn, haven't quite been there. Here's Tishawn though, trying to get that ball in behind. It was a good idea. Scuffed clearance. It's come to Cadane Morris, looking to spin, and I mean, in that position on the turn from around about 30 yards out, probably wasn't the smartest decision to try and take the shot on.
Yeah, and that's just been the nature of the Mount St. Joseph attack so far.
Yeah, I mean, as I mentioned, they've struggled to connect, have the Mount St. Joseph attackers, and when they do get chances, they're snatching at them. But Belair, they could have another chance here. Good defending though. Lewis came across, made the block. It's going to be a Belair corner kick. Another opportunity to put some pressure on Justin Bennett. Going to be an outswinger this time from Miguel Harrison. Being Belair's main man. 2 goals on the day. Once again he goes short. Oh, it's a lovely little dummy. Nice idea. But that time Mount St. Joseph did well to come away with the ball and they cleared their lines. And Cadane Morris that time didn't have enough pace to get on the end of it. Belair throw. And Daring goes all the way back to his goalkeeper Bird. Looking to play down this left side, Belair. Very little pressure on the ball from Mount St. Joseph, and again there's so much space in between the lines for Belair to play into. Pinnock, the first touch was poor. It afforded the opportunity for the Mount St. Joseph defender to get on the ball, but he's giving it away in a very dangerous position. Belair once again looking to get the ball into the box, but that time it floats over the crossbar.
Yeah, that time it was the scorer of the opening goal, Fante Johnson, unable to wrap his foot around that one to get an accurate cross, but the danger still persists for Belair. Mount St. Joseph, good piece of skill and wins the foul as well. The ever dangerous Khalil Pinnock.
Yeah, I mean, the positives have been very, very clear for Belair. That front three of Pinnock, Reed, and the main man Miguel Harrison, they've all been extremely dangerous when they get in those 1v1 situations. Pinnock especially down this right side, going up against Ramon Richards. He's been a danger man. That time though he gave away a free kick, and now Richards goes forward, goes long. Mount St. Joseph win the second ball. Now here's Morris. Defended really well that time, and now it's Pinnock once again. Easily past the attentions of Richards. Mount St. Joseph tried to clear, but only as far as Fante Johnson, who was looking for the ball in behind. I think he thought that Harrison was making that early run. Not quite on the same wavelength, but the clearance from Bennett extremely poor. Fante Johnson still on it, looking to switch it over to Pinnock, who's lurking. At that time Richards did well. Just let it fall across his body and get it clear. And again, Belair back onto it. And there's so much space, and Miguel Harrison just took his eyes off it. They've still got it though. And it's a strike from the edge of the box. It's in the end going to be a free kick, as Roshane Francis was marauding forward from right back, looking to get involved into the play.
Yeah, everyone wants a bit of the action now, but he will have to hurry back because here come Mount St. Joseph trying to launch an attack. It's been the man that has provided the most threat for them so far, Tishawn Morris, but like most of the attacks that the team in red have strung together, it hasn't quite been good enough.
Here's Brown. Bit of a heavy touch, but gets away with it. Now Pinnock Looking down the line, it's a heavy pass. Harrison's got pace, but it's cleared away by Lewis. Belair throw. That's about 5 minutes plus added time to play here in the first half of the first game of our doubleheader. From Manchester High as a brilliant switch of play from Fante Johnson, but the offside flag is up against Jaheim Reed. Yeah, first game of our doubleheader, our feature game this afternoon. Manchester High taking on Decarteret College. What's going to be a huge game for Decarteret, but Manchester High have been flying high. 8 wins from 8, just 1 goal conceded, 59 goals scored across their 8 games. They have been in supreme form. You have to expect that they are more than favorites in that game against Decarteret College.
Yeah, they really have put themselves into the talks now for best team in the Da Costa Cup, or at least amongst the best teams in the rural area competition. It'll be interesting to see how they go about things.
Yeah, joint second meanest defense in the Da Costa Cup, behind only Mannings, who are the only team yet to have conceded this season, as the free kick comes in from Lewis, cleared away. But yeah, Manchester High have been one of those standout teams. Belair looking to come forward potentially. We're putting in a standout attacking performance at the moment. It's cleared away. Substitute Ashawn Edwards, who's had a lot to do since coming on. Another Belair throw. Deep inside the Mt.St. Joseph half. Ball into the box. Pinnock's free at the back post, and the pass was just a bit too heavy, but he's regained possession. Plays it infield, looking for Johnson. Curls it into the box. Not a good clearance, only as far as Pinnock. His touch is heavy. He nearly gets on the end of it though. He's still got it. It's free in the box, and there is the hat-trick. Miguel Harrison, lethal as ever. 11 goals on the season now, 3 goals on the day. And Belair lead Mt.St. Joseph by 4 goals to 0.
Yeah, and he has done all the damage so far in this first half. Has been a live wire in the attack for this Belair team pretty much all season, but in this game he has run Mt.St. Joseph ragged. A hat-trick in 42 minutes for Belair's number 7, and they're 4-0 up, running away with things here at Manchester High.
And he is showing no signs of slowing down. Harrison's in the box again. That pass was poor coming from the left side. But already 3 goals from Harrison. Fante Johnson's got the other goal. There's an opportunity here for Belair High, as we said pre-game, to build some confidence, get more goals in, and ensure that their form going into the next phase is solid. Long throw down the line from Mt.St. Joseph. Belair win the second ball, and that time they win the free kick as well. Good work from Tariq Salmon. As we're going to take another look at this goal. Good bit of play initially. The cross that came in was poorly cleared. Pinnock tried to get a heavy touch on it, and it just fell so kindly as Pinnock played it over to Harrison. Didn't even take a touch. He knew where the goal was, lashed it into that bottom corner. Clinical as you like.
Yeah, and his finishes so far today have been all really very emphatic. Doesn't just place it into the net, he slams it in, making sure that ball is crossing that line and making sure he's accurate as well. It's been a very good hat-trick from Miguel Harrison.
Here he is again, taking on another strike. That time he just scuffed it. Ball coming back across the face of goal, but it's going to go out harmlessly for a Mt.St. Joseph throw in. And that combination of power and accuracy that he's shown so far in this game, very, very dangerous player. Mount St. Joseph through. Not long left in this first half. Ramon Richards looking down the line, cleared away by Pinnock. Into a minimum of 2 minutes of added time here. Belair though looking to once again come forward. He's going to get on the end of this. And he's got support in the box. Harrison was arriving. That time Jaheim Reed couldn't get it done on his own after some good defending from Mount St. Joseph, but they still haven't cleared their lines. It's into the middle. It's Harrison again. It could fall to Pinnock, but it's good defending from the substitute Edwards. It's going to be another corner kick for Belair.
Must be pretty frustrating for this Mount St. Joseph team.
Corner kick set to come in. Going to be Khalil Pinnock this time with the in-swinger. Pinnock's corner, it's a low one. Harrison's first touch, he gets it to the edge of the box, and the shot from Fante Johnson just couldn't quite catch it well enough that time, and it's going to be a goal kick from Mount St. Joseph.
Yeah, I thought that Harrison was for a second thinking about a bicycle kick there. In the end opted against it, and the shot was wayward, but just another one in the myriad that Belair have taken at the Mount St. Joseph goal.
Could be looking to take another one here as Pinnock gets on the end of it. Good defending though between the combination of Lewis and Richards. They've tried their hardest on that left side to keep Pinnock quiet, but to no avail thus far. Another long ball from Mount St. Joseph, another clearance from Belair, and once again they're on it. Can they fashion one more attack before this halftime interval? I'm going to attempt to do so. Good clearance though from Mount St. Joseph. And that is the halftime whistle. It has been all Belair in this first half. Fante Johnson opened the scoring early on, but then Miguel Harrison with a 42-minute hat-trick. He's been the main man. Belair have been in cruise control, and the halftime score here from Manchester High, it's Belair High 4, Mount St. Joseph 0. Back after this.
Crunch your craving with the value menu from KFC. With combos starting at just $620. KFC, it's finger.
Come on now, ping pong chairs, choo-choos, amazing, taste so good. Feed your cravings, chocolate rich. You'll be craving more and more and more and more. Here comes the craze. Ping pong chairs and choo-choos. Feed your cravings, you know you want to.
Now it's a party with ping pong.
Welcome back to CVM TV's live and exclusive coverage of the ISSA Costa Cup 2025. Halftime score here from Manchester High in the first game of our doubleheader is Belair 4, Mount St. Joseph 0. It's been a brilliant first half attacking show from Belair High. I mean, thus far, we'll take you through the highlights momentarily, but thus far, it's been just lethal frontman play. Into first half highlights here. First indication we had that it was going to be Harrison's day, driving away from defenders. Good defending initially, but he just got it across well enough. Shot came in, that was blocked, but only as far as Fonte Johnson, who pulled out a fantastic finish, opened his body up and just curled it home into that top corner. Mount St. Joseph couldn't clear their lines. First couple of touches to set himself, and then the third touch was that finish. No chance for Justin Bennett, and it was a sign of things to come as Johnson played out wide to Pinnock, ball into the box, and this was the first goal for Harrison. Lovely touch to bring it down, and the second touch absolutely ruthless into that bottom corner. Bennett, no chance, through the legs of the defender and right into that corner. He will continue his stunning form in this game as Belair played it through the lines, and this time it was just poor defending from Mount St. Joseph, but it was that man again, Harrison, sniffing out the chance and absolutely blasting it home. Hugh Murray Lewis didn't sense the danger, and that danger was indeed Miguel Harrison. Free kick there that went just wide, and then ball into the box. Pinnock with a heavy touch, but he got himself back into possession of the ball and just laid it off. And then again, Miguel Harrison blasting it into that bottom corner. 3 strikes, 3 brilliant goals, and a fantastic hat-trick from Miguel Harrison. And here are your first half stats, and it really does tell the story. 17 shots from Belair, only the 1 from Mount St. Joseph. 6 on target, 4 of which found the back of the net. 7 fouls. 7 fouls for Belair, 5 for Mount St. Joseph. No cards from either team, and Mount St. Joseph yet to have a corner kick, while Belair have had 5, and they've dominated possession 70-30. It's been all Belair High. Mount St. Joseph have a mountain to climb. Halftime score is Belair High 4, Mount St. Joseph 0, and we'll be right back after this quick break.
Keep us hydrated. Matter of fact, where's the water? I've got it, coach.
Crunch your craving with the value menu from KFC. With combos starting at just $620. KFC, it's finger licking good.
Thank you so much for staying with us on High School Pitside. We have seen a few outlandish scorelines this season, with St. George's smashing Gainstead 22-0, Jamaica College dismissing Spanish Town High 16-0, and Kingston College demolishing Tarrant High 14-0. And of course, these are just a few of the scorelines. But there are some players who are seemingly giving up or allowing opponents to score without even challenging them. Let's take a look at this incident in last week's game between KC AC and Tarrant. And by the way, it's courtesy of Yardi Sports on Instagram. Absolutely putrid. But anyway, gentlemen, we're now on the debate stage.
Yes.
Daniel, it's your debut.
Yeah.
So therefore, I'm going to make you go last. Gio, your minute starts now. And the question is, do these scorelines and the lack of challenging from some of these players, does it undermine the integrity of the schoolboy football competition?
All right.
Your minute starts now.
Right, I'm going to say yes, but it's a nuanced yes. I think we've always seen big scorelines in schoolboy football, so that is nothing new. What I will say though is that to the players and to, I guess, the coaches who fail to galvanize their players enough to the state that they don't go on the pitch and put forward any effort whatsoever, that is totally unacceptable. You're undermining the competition and you're forcing, you're forcing us to have discussions like these, and you're making it bad for other teams and other schools and so on. We use a good example. You see Vauxhall and what Kyle Butler has done with Vauxhall this year. That is the example of a coach that has gone into a school, a quote-unquote smaller program, has galvanized his players, has empowered his players, has built a good chemistry, good camaraderie within the school community, and his team believes, and you see they go out there and they have good performances, only losing 2-1 to stats. That's on one end. But the other school, the gainstead them, I think there was someone that big scores, let me say Glenmere drop. No, you guys are undermining the competition. Why come out if you're just gonna come out here and get bag up 20 nails? stay at school, beat those books, learn, don't come out here and again to the coaches. I think if you're there and you see your players,
time. Hello. Sir, please respect the moderator and please respect this debate stage. Mr. Bent, welcome again to the debate stage. I hope you're not nervous. Your minute starts now.
No, I don't think it undermines the competition, because if you as a footballing program don't have the players that is good enough to play, I think it's under the coach's ability and owners to get them ready. If you compare small schools to big schools, there's a gap. And if you look at the resources and what they have, the difference in both, then that's something that you have to look at. But going forward, I think it comes down to coaching, acquiring resources, and also working on the mental aspects of the young players, because psychology, sports psychology is important to these programs, because these incidents like these can be pressuring. So if it's not present as a part of the program, then no, it shouldn't be impactful to that.
You have more time now? You finished?
No, I'm me that man.
Have you finished?
Yeah,
all right.
I've done that one.
All right, judges, calling from the judges' room. Let's get the results. All right, so the judges are saying that, okay, they're tallying up 2 more. All right, so, don't know. Here on pitch side, we are never biased. We always tell the truth. And
yes.
We're always as objective as possible.
I know what that means.
And with that being said, I'm sorry, Daniel. You failed or you lost on your debut. Wow. I have to give it to Gio for this week. Yeah, man.
Really?
We tell the truth.
He's not paying you?
No, man. We tell the truth around here.
Judges?
No, man, the judges got it right. They tallied up. They made very sure. They even went to count a second time. So the results are very accurate.
Okay.
With that, we take a quick break, but not to worry. Much more pitch side when we return.
Time come. That's right. Let's go.
When the bus the man, I want to watch my son play finals for CVM,
But mums, you can't watch it on CVM website, man.
Boy, my son score.
Greatness begins here.
And if them here, it's your boy, the Billboard Selector World. Boom! CVM, you see it happen. What more can I do?
Welcome back to 2025 ISSA Decarteret Cup action, live and exclusive on CVM TV. The first game of our doubleheader, halftime scoreline, Belair High 4, St. Joseph 0. In the first half, that was pretty much all Belair from start to finish. St. Joseph really struggled to provide much of any threat throughout that opening 45 minutes. And it's going to be a long second half for them. I'm here obviously with Leger Williams. Leger, first half, talk me through what could have been done better from a St. Joseph perspective, if anything.
Yeah, their Coach Osborne spoke before the game about being compact, and I think they've been everything but that when it comes on to what they're doing defensively. I think there's too much space. They're allowing too many Belair players to be unmarked in their box, in and around their box as well, right in front of their defensive line. So I think they need to sort that out firstly. Also then when they get into their attacking flow, it just hasn't been smooth enough. They haven't been creating any chances, and often the players are trying to take matters into their own hands. It really just hasn't been the best performance in totality, and I think you'd be asking quite a lot to not only overturn this lead, but even to stop Belair from scoring another 4 in the second half.
Indeed, and I mean for Coach Osborne of St. Joseph, how difficult must it be when your team is down 4-0 at halftime? You're quite clearly outmatched. How difficult is it as we see the goals once again? This first one, it's just been defensive frailties time and time again. Fante Johnson with this opening goal, curling it into the top corner. Then it was the triple from Miguel Harrison. That first goal, fantastic. So too was his second with the defensive work rate, stealing in and smashing it home. And then his third after a layoff from Pinnock. Absolutely clinical. I mean, how difficult must it be for your coach to try and keep his side motivated going into the second half when they know that they're outmatched?
Yeah, that's always the difficult thing, especially considering how their season has gone so far. Yet to win a game, a couple of draws, yes, but especially in these games when they are outmatched, they have faced these opponents before, they have been beaten by 7 goals to 0. And you're now trailing 4 goals to 0 at halftime in the second game against the same opponents. Always going to be a really tall order for any team, and no different for this young St. Joseph outfit. A school that only has existed for 11 years, their 5th season in the Decarteret Cup, so a very new program. It's always going to be a challenge, but certainly proving a big one as they prepare more substitutes here at the halftime interval.
Yeah, we've had one change for Belair already. The number 18, Lawrence Wallace, has come on. We'll just confirm who is replaced. But for St. Joseph, it's Nathan McFarlane who goes off, and he is replaced by the number 19, Decarteret Carroll. As we are back on the way here from Manchester High, St. Joseph, as I said earlier, with the proverbial mountain to climb. And already they've lost possession, and already Belair with numbers trying to come forward. They've won it again. Harrison under very little pressure gets it out wide to the left side, looking for the little outside of the boot cross. It's gone out for a corner kick, an early corner for Belair.
And the threat of Belair from that first half has carried over into the second. Less than a minute gone in the second half, and they already have a corner already threatening the goal of St. Joseph. Pretty odd way to take this set piece.
Indeed. He's got the inswinger into a dangerous area, and it was the towering Martin Daring who flew in that time, but in the end it was a glancing header that went well wide. Now St. Joseph can look to come away with possession here, but once again immediately Belair win it back, but the referee saying that time he was won unfairly. Yvette Stevenson, the referee, hasn't had much to do this afternoon. A couple of fouls in that first half, but nothing too cynical. Obviously no yellow cards in that first half. It's not been a extremely physical game.
Haven't seen too many tackles flying either.
Indeed.
Just a few niggling fouls here and there.
I mean, for St. Joseph, we hope that continues to be the case and there's not much frustration that comes into play as Harrison. That's a brilliant ball. Harrison's in. Oh, he just tried to play it in at the near post and catch out Justin Bennett. And then the second time of asking, he couldn't quite squeeze it in at that tight angle.
Yeah, that was quite a pass. And that finish, as you said, attempted for that near post one. Just couldn't catch out Justin Bennett, who actually made a very good save to deny Miguel Harrison getting his 12th of the season and 4th on the day.
Well, here he is again with a ball into the box, and Bennett, that time he was fouled as he went up to claim it. But he had the pass from midfield with the outside of his boot, perfectly weighted, sumptuous pass. And I mean, if Harrison had put that one away, might have been the best goal of the game so far. That would have taken some doing, as we've seen Harrison score some quite fantastic goals as a shot comes in from distance. I think that time was Fante Johnson. Indeed it was. Couldn't keep it down.
Yeah, he was looking to get his second of the game, Fante Johnson. Belair's industrious number 10.
And he's really popped up everywhere. Well, he did pop up everywhere in that first half. He was playing in that number 10 role behind the striker, drifting from left to right, playing off of his two wingers. It was Pinnock off that right in the first half, who got an assist to his name, as well as Reed off the left, who I believe was a player that went off to be replaced by Lawrence Wallace.
Yeah, just about to say that Fante Johnson has just been finding the pockets of space wherever they have popped up, but the space has pretty much been everywhere in this Mount St. Joseph defense.
As Lichtafari Lawrence boots it out, I believe it's actually going to be a corner kick. I know the referee indicates it's a throw right on the corner flag. Opportunity here for Belair to get the ball into the box. It's a long throw. It's flicked on, but right into the waiting arms of Bennett, who booms it long. Looking for the runner once again of Cadane Morris, but good defending. Martin Daring, composed as you like, just heads it back to his goalkeeper. Now he's on it again, plays it into the midfield for Brown. Forward for Harrison. That was Fante Johnson on the ball. Played out wide. But it falls to Harrison in the middle. Couldn't quite take it into his stead. And then the ball over to that right side. It's a heavy one, but Pinnock did really well to get on the end of it. Gets it into the box, but couldn't find the run of Miguel Harrison, who looks as hungry as ever. Early on in the second half, he'll want some more goals to his tally. Again, Mount St. Joseph looking to play it over the top. Good defending initially from Belair to repel the initial danger. Still with Mount St. Joseph, only for a moment, and now Belair can look to string an attack together. Again, it's a really heavy pass, and despite the fact that they've been very clinical, despite the fact that Harrison has been so clinical and they've created a fair few chances, it could really have been so much worse for Mount St. Joseph, because moments like that, I mean, they have numbers, but the pass, that final pass, just hasn't quite been there throughout this game.
Yeah, it's actually quite shocking to say that maybe Belair haven't quite been on their A game so far. Still 4 goals ahead, and it could be 5 now. But just what we were speaking of, that final action, that misplaced touch, gives Mount St. Joseph a chance to clear. They're making a meal of it, but they eventually get it done.
And as we said pre-game, as once again Belair looked to come forward, I'll hold that thought. Here's a substitute down the left, skips past one challenge, but the ball is into the arms of Bennett once again. And as we said pre-game, this game for Belair would be about, first of all, trying to get that win, secure second spot, but it's about the performance, as you said, the form going into the next round. And for Coach Garth Burke, he would have been hoping, I think, for a better performance in terms of their midfield and attacking play when they're trying to string things together, because it's been often that they've just been a bit sloppy, and there again they give the ball away under very little pressure, and against a better side that would be very dangerous. And again, Mount St. Joseph win it back.
Yeah, they could certainly be punished against better opposition.
Again, looking to play out the back, and again heavy pass. Nathaniel Bird that time just looking to go short to Roshane Francis, but a forced possession back to Mount St. Joseph. Throw-in taken. Cleared away by Belair. It's going to be another throw. Very, very little urgency from this Mount St. Joseph outfit to get the ball back in play. It is now, and it's a shot that is, I think speculative would have been an understatement, from near on the halfway line. And Nathaniel Bird, I'm sure he'll be happy to get involved in the game a little bit, as again, sloppy from Belair down this left side. A simple pass that goes out for a Mount St. Joseph throw. Lawrence looking down the line, trying to connect with Caleb Smith, who's now putting the pressure on, but very, very good defensive work. Again, it's that man, Martin Daring, and now they look to come forward, Belair, and once again they have numbers, and once again they have so much space. Fantastic slide rule ball in behind. It's Pinnock, he's got numbers in the box, gets it across. I think it was good defending on the left to initially put the pressure on, and then the substitute, Ashani Edwards, did well to clear his lines. Again, Belair looked to come forward. Loose pass initially, but win it back. Only for a moment, and now can Mount St. Joseph build? They've got actually some numbers forward here. The pass was a loose one, but they're still on it. But again, Daring, who's been absolutely everywhere for Belair, does so well, and he's won a throw-in. I mean, even though there's been a bit of sloppy play in the midfield and attacking phases for Belair, defensively they look very, very dominant.
Yeah, especially that man on screen right now, Daring. He has really swept up practically everything that has come his way.
Something more might be coming his way this time, but again, Mount St. Joseph crowded out initially. They've still got it. Looking for the ball into the box again. It's like a magnet to the feet of Martin Daring, who is in the right place at the right time, seemingly every time. Belair looking to play it down this right side. Not much pressure on the ball here from Mount St. Joseph, and Brown can skip away from the challenge and get it back to Martin Daring. Out wide now, Tyrese Hyatt looking for the ball down the line. It's going to come to Harrison here. Oh, brilliant skill. Harrison could be away. He's got a man with him. He instead takes the shot himself, and at that time you can see Fante Johnson isn't quite happy with his number 7 as the pass was on, but instead Harrison went for glory and dragged the shot well wide.
Yeah, has shown a lot of variation with how he shoots, either with his left or his right. This time opted for the right-footed finish, but sliced that one. I'm sure that won't be the last opportunity he gets, though.
Indeed, and he could well have himself another one here. Here's Harrison from the edge of the box, looks to curl one, and he just got under that one a bit. Well over the bar. He shakes his head, knows that he can do better than that one, but right on cue, Miguel Harrison popping up in dangerous positions and taking shots at goal, as Mount St. Joseph, one of the few times here, tried to go short and then go direct to their forwards, but good defending. It's going to be a free kick for Belair. Foul won by Roshane Francis. Belair, who won this group on goal difference last year, defeating Manchester by 5-1 in one of those games, have been second best this year to Manchester High, but they've shown, as I said in the past, that they can be the dominant force in Zone F. And going into the next round, they'll look to be dominant once more. They've been dominant today. 4-0 is the scoreline. A hat-trick from Miguel Harrison and an early goal from Fante Johnson if you're just joining us. The goals for Belair High in a game that's pretty much been cruise control for the boys in green and yellow. Last year was actually only their second time going to the second round, Belair. They made it into the second round in 2023 as well. So in recent times, they've seen an uptick in their fortunes. And with a win today, it's looking like they're going to continue that streak of getting into the second round as they come forward once more. Shot from distance coming in. Devon Brown that time well off target, and Justin Bennett will be happy that he wasn't put under pressure on that occasion. You see the replay coming in, just shaped himself to shoot, got a lot behind it, but the accuracy was very much lacking.
You're wondering why Belair have resorted to taking a lot of shots from range in the second half. So much of their joy came from passing the ball around and finding those wing areas, putting crosses into the box. In that first half, it seems as if they've abandoned that mostly.
St. Joseph now coming on this right side, trying to play the ball back into the middle, and again, Belair bodies everywhere on this pitch. Harrison trying to win the ball back. He does so, gets it out to Fante Johnson. Tries for the reverse pass, as I think Pinnock on the right was offside. He's now come back into an onside position. Can he get the ball into the box? It's a decent one, but Bennett, that's good goalkeeping. Come out and claim it confidently. And we're going to have a pause for a player down here. Shawnee Edwards, who just lost his boot in that previous challenge. Just holding his Achilles there. Hopefully he's all right to continue.
Was probably trod on a bit.
But just a slight break in play here, right on the hour mark of this game. As we mentioned, first game of our doubleheader. Second game live on CVM TV will be Manchester High taking on Decarteret College. In the dominant team this year in Zone F, Manchester High, looking to round off their group play with what would be their 9th win from 9 games. And we're going to take another look quickly at the goals so far in this game. First one, Fante Johnson. And you'll see that the theme for all these goals is they've been brilliant finishes. Johnson just opened his body up, curled it into that top corner. Then Harrison, one touch, second touch into the bottom corner. Really composed. Then really good work rate shown. And then firecracker of a shot into the back of the net before his hat-trick goal off his left into the bottom corner.
Yeah, very well taken hat-trick from Miguel Harrison. They're looking to pass the ball around and build up.
As Johnson finds Harrison once again. Fante Johnson going for the return. He's got so much space. Plays it back into Miguel Harrison for his 4th. And at the second time of asking, he puts it into an open net. You feel it for Justin Bennett, who made a really good save from the first shot. But when things are going your way, they're just going your way for Miguel Harrison. 4 goals on the day, 5 goals for Belair. St. Joseph being put to the sword.
Yeah, and I've always wondered why Belair haven't been putting the ball down a bit more in this game. They certainly have the advantage in that sense. And Garth Burke, the head coach of this team, will be very proud of his unit for that goal, because albeit Fante Johnson was denied a very good assist, Miguel Harrison scored a very good team goal there, finished off the move well. And Belair, that was their classiest goal, I would say, of the 5 so far.
Yeah, just utilizing the space that they've been afforded really all afternoon. And it's the first time as they're being put under a bit of pressure here. The keeper's out of his goal. Can Mount St. Joseph get a shot away? And he was put under immediate pressure with Nicholas Shane Hamilton, who did well to put the pressure on. It was a mix-up between Nathaniel Bird and I think Martin Deering, but Belair off the hook that time.
Yeah, I think that was just a loss of composure. I think he looked up, he saw immediately that goalkeeper Bird was off his line. He recognized the situation and so many thoughts running through his head at that moment in time. Nicholas Shea Hamilton, and I think he'll want that one back for sure.
Indeed. Yeah, just to touch on the thought you're saying for their goal, being their classiest goal of the afternoon, is one of the only times in the second half that they've utilized the space that Mount St. Joseph have afforded them, played through the lines, found that extra man as they tried to do it again here. Harrison, in acres of room, plays it out wide looking for Pinnock. It was a good intention that time, but good defending indeed from Decarteret Carroll, who's come on in the second half. And Miguel Harrison is going to come across to take this in-swinging corner.
Yeah, they really have a lot of space to pass the ball around and really put this Mount St. Joseph team to the sword more than they already have. But so far it just hasn't been clinical enough. Maybe they can be clinical now, but that corner is repelled at the near post really well.
Yeah, it's going to be a throw-in. Potential for a long one, but they go quickly. Fante Johnson whips it into the box. Player free at the back post. There was a couple actually. Martin Deering was there as well. Justin Bennett comfortable and confidently claimed. And can Mount St. Joseph mount a counter-attack as Belair look to get numbers back, and they've done so fairly well. Now Mount St. Joseph trying to put some passes together. And again, Belair's pressure and their good defensive work rate wins them back possession once again. And again, acres of room in the middle of the park for Belair just to jog into. Oh, he's left his man nearly doing the splits in the middle of the park, and he's picked out a superb ball down the right. Can Pinnock get to it? He can, but he just couldn't get enough on it to curl it back towards the penalty spot where Miguel Harrison was lurking. Comfortable for Bennett. Now here is Tishawn Morris. First time we've been able to say his name in that second half, and it's because of how well Belair have defended. And that time it was Kaylan Hunt who came in, made the challenge, decisive defending, winning it back. And again they've won it back with Harrison. And again his work rate has been brilliant, but Belair give it away. Now Mount St. Joseph, they had numbers in the middle, but again their passes have been underwhelming. Their attacking play fairly toothless, and Belair have been under very little pressure. 64 going into 65 minutes played in this game.
Yeah, you are very right, Lyle. And Mount St. Joseph team, they have been struggling to create chances. That's going to be a foul. Number 7 for Mount St. Joseph, Caleb Smith, feeling the strain. But really the only chance that Mount St. Joseph have gotten in this game came courtesy of a Belair mistake. So from open play, they really haven't been challenging this Belair team, and you can see by the amount of space that especially the midfield has really unchallenged at all times.
That time it's a good challenge put in by Mount St. Joseph, but immediately Belair, that counter press, getting numbers around the ball quickly, winning it back almost instantaneously, and now looking for that switch of play down the left, repelled initially by Mount St. Joseph, and then the second time of asking, but Belair will just shepherd it out. Tyrese Hyatt just told to calm things down. Now goes down the line with his throw. It's a decent one. There's Fante Johnson. There was a couple of step overs out, skips past a challenge, and then gets a ball into the box. And again, Bennett done well to come out and claim the cross. And I mean, if there's any credit you can give to Justin Bennett is that whenever the crosses have come in today, he's been very confident to come out and claim them. He's faced a lot of shots, and the goals he's given up have really been clinical finishes. Has the ball over the top for Johnson. Once again, it comes across, and it's cleared off the line as the substitute, Lawrence Wallace, was lurking, got something on it, got there in front of Justin Bennett, but good defending in the end from Mount St. Joseph.
Yeah, last ditch defending. Practically clearing that one off the line. It was a good ball over the top. Devon Brown, the one stringing it. And then Fante Johnson involved yet again. And that shot did come in lack power, albeit he did get there in front of Justin Bennett. But really good clearance in the end from Mount St. Joseph. The pressure's still on though. After this is dealt with, it will be a Fante Johnson corner kick.
Yeah, and Justin Bennett still down, or was down, receiving some treatment, back to his feet now. And I was just giving him a bit of credit for dealing with crosses, and then one came across the face of goal and he was beaten to it. And most of the goals today can't really fault Justin Bennett, especially Miguel Harrison's. His first 3 goals were extremely clinical finishes. There was no way he was getting to that Fante Johnson opener. And then he made a really good save for Harrison's 4th goal as the corner comes in. And it beats everyone that time. And it's going to go out for a goal kick. I was saying he made a really good save for the 5th goal. And he was, I think, very unlucky with the bounce that went right back into the feet of Miguel Harrison. Belair playing it around the back. Now going out wide to the right. Infield to Harrison. Couldn't take that touch into his spell. But again, Belair win it back almost immediately. Here's Fante Johnson. Shapes to shoot. And that time the left-footed drive wasn't troubling Justin Bennett.
Yeah, Fante Johnson's influence has certainly grown in the second half. He did mention that he's been all over the pitch, picking up spaces wherever necessary. And with 22 minutes left to go, he certainly is showing a bit of captain's influence now.
And Martin Daring plays it out wide. He also has been one of the standouts in this game.
For sure.
Brown looking down the right channel, but good blocking from Mount St. Joseph. Or for a Belair throw. Down the line, once again, Fante Johnson looks to flick it around the corner and beat his man. Good defending. They've still got it here, and it's dangerous as the ball comes across from Fante Johnson and Bennett. A bit unsure that time, but in the end, claimed it and clears it, but only as far as Tariq Salmon. Now Mount St. Joseph in possession, and again, immediately losing out, and now the ball down the left looking for the substitute Lawrence Wallace, but he couldn't keep that one in.
Belair still aiming, reaching, trying to score more goals in this contest. They did beat Mount St. Joseph's by a score of 7-0. That one on the 13th of September. The return fixture hasn't been kind to the team in red.
And this Belair's last fixture of this first phase in Zone F. Mount St. Joseph still with 2 games to play after this. They host Mayday. As the ball comes into the box, but the offside flag is raised against Miguel Harrison, who just made that run a bit too early. But again, immediately his third showing, almost had his 5th goal of the game. And Belair's 6th. Mount St. Joseph though coming forward. Morris tries to play it in behind, but Daring is there once again. There are 2 games left in this zone for Mount St. Joseph. First they play Mayday before hosting Manchester High, and I mean 2 more games that are going to be very, very difficult for the team in red, as this game has been due in large part to this man Harrison, who takes takes the shot, it's off the crossbar. Oh my goodness, what an effort. It's still in danger. And Harrison wasn't there to turn in that scuff shot, but I think it's going to be a corner kick. But again, Harrison, wow.
Wow, indeed. What a goal that one would have been. Absolutely cannoned off that upright, that crossbar, and he may be taking these corner kicks with his right, but off his left, he certainly packs a punch.
As the corner comes in, he missed it, did Bennett? And then the shot, I think from Pinnock, couldn't get solid enough contact on it, and it sailed over the crossbar, and St. Joseph are off the hook. Well, that strike from Miguel Harrison, it definitely caught Justin Bennett off guard, and it certainly caught us off guard as well. Almost no backlift on that shot. Venomous effort, and so unlucky to not have his 5th goal of the game. Belair on it once again. Infield to Lawrence, looking for the switch of play, out wide to Pinnock. Poor clearance, but gets there at the second attempt. Did Lewis. St. Joseph still on it. It's Lewis again, looking down the line, plays it in behind from Morris. Couldn't get there. Here's Kadane Morris though. St. Joseph trying to play through the lines, but again the pressure from Belair just crowding them out in the middle of the park, winning the ball back, and now looking to come forward. Lovely outside the boot pass, and Harrison was lurking, but more good goalkeeping from Justin Bennett.
He has been relatively impressive in this game, Bennett. You already mentioned his cross claiming, but also has been very proactive in his movement off his line.
And as we were mentioning earlier, 2 more games for St. Joseph. First they play Mayday, who in the reverse fixture they were beaten 3-1 by, and then they play Manchester High, who in that reverse fixture, Manchester High beat St. Joseph by 5 goals to 0 scored, and that's already been matched here by Belair. But 2 very tough games to close out the season for St. Joseph, as a bit of frustration behind that shot maybe came in again from nigh on the halfway line. Belair forward once more. That time Pinnock couldn't get on the end of that pass, but brilliant first touch. He's eventually won it back. Yes, he did. Good defending from Tyrese Hyatt, and now Belair once again come forward. Again, it's Miguel Harrison. That's very good defending from Hugh Marie Lewis. Came across with intent, won the ball really well. He's actually, I believe, won a goal kick for his side.
Yeah, he has very good pace shown as well. Miguel Harrison certainly took off quickly.
Player down with a bit of cramp here for St. Joseph. As we have said, it is a very, very hot day in Manchester, and they have been pretty much chasing shadows all day. It's Jabari Jones who is now back to his feet. It's been a really, really tough game for St. Joseph, as you see another player limping. It's Ramon Richards. They've had a lot of work to do. It's been difficult going. It's another Belair corner. Pinnock plays it in, headed away at the near post, but only for another corner kick for Belair. Corner taken short this time by Pinnock. Over to Miguel Harrison. Out wide to the edge of the box. Cross, I think, from Fante Johnson. Just evaded everyone. Got under it a bit. And we're going to have another cooling break here. 75 minutes into this game. Scoreline still reading: Belair 5, St. Joseph 0. Obviously, if you're just joining us, first game of our doubleheader. Feature game this afternoon. Manchester High hosting Decarteret College. And if you haven't seen Manchester High yet this season, you're in for a show. 59 goals scored through 8 games. Just 1 conceded. A very, very tall task ahead of Decarteret College, who currently sit 4th place in Zone F and 8 points after 8 matches played. We'll take another look at the goals here in this game. Fante Johnson opened the scoring. Brilliant finish. Nothing Justin Bennett could do about it. Johnson has been a thorn in the side of Mount St. Joseph, as has this man. Brilliant first touch. Cultured, composed, clinical finish from Miguel Harrison. That was his first. This was his second. Blasting it home after some very good work rate shown. And then a third, another off his left foot. Fantastic finish. He was played in behind again. Good save initially from Bennett. He was so unlucky, I think. But Miguel Harrison, when you're in that type of form, everything just seems to break your way.
Yeah, and that's certainly what it has been like for this Belair team. They have had, I would say, enough quality to deserve this 5-goal lead. But concerningly for Mount St. Joseph, Belair haven't even shifted, I think, out of first or second gear. They still have, in my estimation, a better performance to put out there. But I think they will be satisfied so far with how things have gone. Hard not to be satisfied with a 5-goal lead, especially when you're keeping a clean sheet as well.
I was just about to mention for Garth Burke, he would really be hoping for his side to keep a clean sheet here as well, make a substitution. It's number 6. Roderick Beckford coming on for Tyrese Hyatt, who has had a very good game from left back. And I mean, individually, every single one of the Belair defenders has played very well. Kaylan Hunt, Martin Deering, Tyrese Hyatt, and Tariq Salmon have all marshaled their marks really well. But Mount St. Joseph, a rare opportunity for them to have a foray forward. Here's Morris. Again, Martin Deering is there and did very well just to hold off the smaller player in Tishawn Morris. But it's going to be a corner kick from Mount St. Joseph. I believe it's their first corner of the game. And Tishawn Morris comes across to take it into the corner here. Can they find a goal? It's a free header at the back stick, and it's cleared off the line brilliantly. And they nearly had a wonderful consolation there.
Yeah, and it was Hugh Marie Lewis meeting it at the back post. Can he do the same here?
He can. That time it was more wayward the header, and Belair can come away on the counter attack. They're looking to get the ball down the line from Miguel Harrison. Can he get onto this? Good goalkeeping, very good sweeping from Justin Bennett, and then good play in the midfield to get it away by Mount St. Joseph as well, and then a free kick won. What a golden opportunity that was from Hugh Marie Lewis.
Yeah, just about as threatening that Mount St. Joseph have looked all game long.
The fans having a lot of fun here. The Belair fans, that is. Mount St. Joseph again trying to fashion an opportunity, fashion a way to get a shot off at goal. Fante Johnson though having other ideas. His pass was loose, and now Mount St. Joseph trying to come away with some skill in the midfield there. Ramon Richards. But Belair win it back, as they have done so often in this game. Miguel Harrison out wide. That time his pass was a bit wayward. Mount St. Joseph win it back, but only for a moment. But they're still on it now. Good bit of play to get away from his challenger there, Morris, and then looking to turn on the afterburners. He's forced backwards though, and now he's crowded out. And again, defending as a unit, Belair winning the ball off of the Mount St. Joseph attackers, getting it into the feet of this man, Fante Johnson. And now Miguel Harrison is in so much room. He's got runners to his left, shifts onto his left foot, finds a run up Pinnock. Pinnock, oh, he just lost his balance at the crucial moment, and it meant his shot was extremely tame and Bennett can save.
Yeah, I think that was another case of a loss of composure. Mount St. Joseph looked to get involved in things. I think there was a head collision there, but Pinnock racing through, I think he had enough time, especially with that body feint, to settle down and take that shot on his right foot effectively. But in the end, it was just a shallow toe poke. Here's a pass played in. This already sold the defender. He had time to settle himself and really put his laces through it. In the end, couldn't get a proper shot on target.
Yeah, it was always leading back there. And I mean, Pinnock, I think, well, he's got an assist to his name already today, but deserves a goal for his performance in this game. He's been a constant threat down that right side. I mean, he, Fante Johnson and Miguel Harrison, that combination up front for Belair, they've worked together to lethal effects in this game. As we see the team in purple, Decarteret College, and in the background there, Manchester High, both teams getting ready for their clash. We're going to resume with another Belair free kick. Nathaniel Bird, who has been as untroubled as I've seen a goalkeeper be this season. Clearance though from Belair is poor, but the pass from St. Joseph equally subpar. Now looking to come forward, Fante Johnson, numbers in the box, gets it across. Justin Bennett again coming out, claiming it, making it his, and booting it long. Looking for Morris. Kadane Morris tried to take it down, but St. Joseph are on it here. Here's Kadane Morris, shifts it onto his left foot. He's got his namesake Tishawn Morris with him, but again he looks to go for the shot from around about 30 yards, and he really doesn't trouble Nathaniel Bird.
And that's not for the first time he has looked for the selfish option, or opted for the selfish option. As soon as he gets within range, well, what he thinks is his range, I should say, he certainly has not been shy.
Fante Johnson's shot comes in, cutting in onto that right foot again, comfortable for Justin Bennett. St. Joseph looking for that switch of play. It's almost worked out for them. They're going to win the second ball here. Morris couldn't connect with his player there, and again Belair looked to come forward. Again it's Harrison turning on the burners, skipping away from Lewis initially, trying to beat him 1v1, but Lewis did well to defend it. And then he's been absolutely muscled off the ball there. Good play from Fante Johnson, takes the shot. Oh, what a save from Justin Bennett. And I've given him his plaudits so far this afternoon, but that's the best of the bunch.
Yeah, that was an absolutely fantastic save. Justin Bennett pulling out all the stops. Fante Johnson, who has been all over the shop, and just outstretching that left arm, tipping it onto the post. Excellent attack meets excellent goalkeeping, and Justin Bennett keeps it at 5-0.
Corner kick taken short by Pinnock into Harrison. Pass was a bit short, but Pinnock got there for pace. Still battling. Morris now coming in, and Tishawn Morris wins it. But again, look at the green bodies flooding back for Belair. Oh, fantastic skill. Fante Johnson is in the mood. Oh, that's quite brilliant. Looking to get the ball into the box. Justin Bennett is equal to him once again.
Considering how the first half went, and not saying that Justin Bennett was bad in the first half by any stretch of the imagination, there were just some very good finishes. But he's been one of the most secure players on the pitch in this second half. He's claimed practically every cross, swept up, been very aggressive off his line. Just made one of the best saves I've seen this season in schoolboy football. So Justin Bennett, pat yourselves on the back, my friend.
Throwing in towards Harrison. Thought that might have been handled there, but referee says nothing doing. Battling on the edge of the box. Shot coming in, and that one was much more wayward. I think it was Lawrence Wallace with the strike at that time. Yeah, the strike that came in from Fante Johnson, initially showing the strength to just bully his player off the ball, cutting onto that right foot, and that shot was destined to nestle into that bottom corner. And there's no exaggeration from Leger when he says it's one of the best saves he's seen. It might be the best save I've seen all season. He was at full stretch as a referee. I think just calls a pause to the restart. And even in a game like this, as we have a substitution for Belair, it's Nathan Powell who's coming on in place of Khalil Pinnock, another attacker who's had a quite fantastic game. And as you mentioned, Nathan Powell in 3 games, 5 goals this season in the Costa Cup. And now he's putting his physicality on display. And he wins a throw-in. And having that sort of depth off the bench in terms of your attacking options for Garth Burke, such a blessing. As once again, Powell putting the challenges in, so determined here. He still got it. Looking to drive down the byline, and he could keep it in that time, and it's gone out for a goal kick from Mount St. Joseph.
Certainly looks like a fan favorite as well, does Nathan Powell. And you can see why the determination that he's playing with at this moment in time.
Bennett, long down the pitch, almost finds the feet of Tishawn Morris. Really battling with Rashawn Francis, and he's won out that time, looking for Kadane Morris, but again, the striker just can't seem to keep hold of the ball, but he's done well to win a free kick, and it's a rare, and I mean rare, set play opportunity for Mount St. Joseph from a very, very promising position. Whether in-swinger or out-swinger from this left side, you can get it into that corridor of uncertainty, put some pressure on Nathaniel Bird, and maybe, just maybe, get yourself a consolation goal. And actually, Justin Bennett has come all the way forward here. He's been Mount St. Joseph's best player, and is he shaping to shoot this? I think he's played it into the box, and he's out of his goal, but he's been bailed out there by some good defending. And Mount St. Joseph have still got numbers forward. They can keep this in. Tried to cross it at the first time of asking the Jabari Jones. Left himself in a heap, and he's now feeling the effects, and once again the cramp setting in for the Mount St. Joseph players.
And I will tell you, Lyle, when I saw Justin Bennett shaping up to take that free kick, it gave me a few flashbacks to a couple seasons ago. Remember a game distinctly where St. Jago taking on Wolmer's High. What a free kick that was on that day. Indeed. I had to sit up in my chair and make sure I have something prepared to say. What would have been a part 2, but let's just say the execution of that free kick wasn't quite up to the same standard. But the goalkeeping performance generally from Bennett, must say it has been very, very solid.
As we take over into the 90th minute, just waiting to see how many minutes will be added on here. As you said, for Justin Bennett, I mean, he has, I think, far and away been Mount St. Joseph's best player, and for any team, if your goalkeeper has been your best player on the day, it's not the best sign when it comes to the performance that you've put on. As we enter 3 minutes of added time here at the end of this game. 3 minutes for Belair to hold on to this clean sheet, but 3 minutes potentially for Mount St. Joseph to try and find a consolation, but Tishawn Morris couldn't keep it in on that occasion, and now Nathaniel Bird will probably look to just slow things down, but Martin Darren's beaten to it, and he's taking the goal kick short out to the right side. Belair looking for a 6th goal in this game. Good channel defending from Hugh Marie Lewis, who's another player that, despite the 5 goals conceded, on a lot of occasions he's done really well in his 1v1 defending. Throw in taken long. He's found himself in some space here. It's Fante Johnson. He lashed that one towards goal with some venom behind it, but what he found in power, he missed out in accuracy that time.
Yeah, and he really has been searching for a second goal in the game, Fante Johnson. Unfortunately for him, he hasn't been quite able to find it as yet. Has forced a fantastic save, but that's all so far. Here he is again.
On it again, he's found Harrison again. That time it's blocked. It's going to be a corner kick for Belair. Maybe one last chance here for them. Could be the last significant action of this game. Justin Bennett, who's done very well in terms of dealing with corners so far, has to deal with the 15th corner of the game from Belair. It's a looping one to the back post, headed back across goal, but it's actually headed straight out of play. I think that was Rashawn Francis with the 38th shot of the game from Belair. Justin Bennett has faced 10 shots on target. He's made some good saves, but from those 10 shots he has conceded 5 goals, and that looks to be how things are going to get wrapped up here, unless Francis once again looking for Fante Johnson. Cleared away by St. Joseph. We have now played the 3 minutes of added time, and the referee does confirm it, and that is the full time whistle. Dominant from start to finish. Belair High close out the first phase of their Decarteret Cup journey with a resounding 5-0 victory against St. Joseph. It was a fantastic individual showing from Miguel Harrison, who got himself 4 goals. Fante Johnson also had a brilliant game, as did Khalil Pinnock. Great performances everywhere you look from Belair, and those performances have led to the final score reading Belair 5, St. Joseph 0. We'll take a quick break and come back with your full-time highlights.
Manchester High look to continue their momentum into the knockout stages of the ISSA Decarteret Cup as they put their perfect 8 from 8 record on the line against Decarteret. The two clash in the feature match of CVM TV's doubleheader starting at 3:30 p.m. this Saturday, October 4 from Manchester High School. But the battle for supremacy in Zone F begins before that as Belair seek to heap more misery on cellar dwellers St. Joseph. That's Manchester versus Decarteret at 3:30 and Belair versus St. Joseph at 1 p.m. The battle for supremacy continues on CVM TV, CVMTV.com and CVM TV News on YouTube. Saturday, October 4.
Hey everybody, I'm Yendi and this is Odyssey with Yendi. In this space, we connect with some of your favorite people as they share their journeys. Here we have some unfiltered conversations as we deep dive into their inspirations, motivations, and experiences to inspire our own life journey.
Odyssey with Yendi, brought to you by Grace, Singer, and Islandnet Services.
Finals on CVM, you know.
But mums, you can't watch it on CVM website, man.
Score! The son score! The son score! The son score! The son score!
Greatness begins here.
Welcome back to live and exclusive coverage of the Dacosta Cup 2025 on CVM TV. Full-time scoreline here from Manchester High in the first game of our doubleheader was Belair High 5, Mount St. Joseph 0. And we're going to take you through the full-time highlights right now. The game started off with immediate pressure from Belair. Miguel Harrison driving away at the defense, riding the challenge, putting it across. The shot that came in was initially blocked, but only as far as Fante Johnson, with a brilliant finish, cultured, opened his body up, and just passed it into that top right corner. No chance for Justin Bennett. One would become two shortly after. Brilliant ball into the box from Pinnock. Lovely first touch and a brilliant second. Miguel Harrison, his first goal of the game. Again, nothing Justin Bennett could do about it, and this time Harrison, fantastic work rate, stealing in, getting the ball and slamming it in. Justin Bennett beaten for a third time, and it was Miguel Harrison's second of the game. Again, nothing the goalkeeper could do about it. And then from the corner kick, ball played into the box, cleared out only as far as Pinnock. Heavy first touch, but he found it again to the feet of Harrison. Made no mistake with his finish. It was Pinnock's second assist of the game and Harrison's hat-trick. He was in behind again though, played it to the near post. Brilliant save from Justin Bennett with his feet as he met Miguel Harrison again. Fante Johnson though played it across for Miguel Harrison, fantastic save, and then Miguel Harrison at the second time of asking turned it into an open net. Very unlucky from Bennett that time, but Harrison bagged his fourth of the game with the Archer celebration, and it was the fifth for Belair. A bit of a hairy moment here between centre back and goalkeeper that nearly afforded Mount St. Joseph an opportunity, but at the crucial time Nicholas Shea Hamilton just slipped and it afforded the opportunity for Belair to clear. More chances came in. Lovely lob ball over the top, played across by Fante Johnson, and then the substitute Wallace couldn't get enough on it to play it home. Again, a fantastic strike from Harrison, nearly had his fifth of the game, cannoned it off the crossbar. Couldn't make it six though, and then another golden chance from Mount St. Joseph to get a consolation. And then this brilliant save, Fante Johnson cutting in, and then Justin Bennett at full save, ensuring that the full-time scoreline read Belair 5, Mount St. Joseph 0. And here are the full-time stats. And wow, 38 shots to 3 for Belair High, 10 on target, 5 of which found the back of the net, 13 fouls to 11. It was a pretty stop-start game at points, but no cards, no real hard challenges flying in, no yellows, no reds. 15 corners for Belair, just 2 for Mount St. Joseph, and Belair dominated the game as they did the possession, 73% of the ball to 27 for Mount St. Joseph. And as we prep for the second game of our doubleheader between Manchester High and Decarteret College, we're going to take a short break here, but actually we're not going to at the moment because we still have to take a look at the Starman. But as you see on your picture now, warming up Manchester High, getting ready to play their 9th game of this first phase, looking to make it 9 wins from 9 and looking to add to their fantastic goal scoring tally, 59 goals in 8 games. I mean, that's quite brilliant. And again, as we said, just 1 goal conceded. And there is the Decarteret College picture, their opponents today. And we're going to quickly through.
Coach, you've won this fixture year after year after year, and despite the winning result today, is there anything that you see from your boys that needs some improvement for the rest of the season?
Yeah, most definitely. I think in the second half we were a bit indisciplined in terms of being individualistic instead of being team oriented. So that's something that we need to work on because going forward we have to be better as a unit in terms of our transition, in terms of our attacking play.
Well, I want to speak specifically to your number 7. He did score 4 goals today, which probably gave you a bit of a boost in the camp. Can you speak to me about his performance so far in the season, and what can we look forward to for the rest of the Decarteret Cup?
Yeah, most definitely. He's one of our younger players, but not normally plays central midfield, but we have been having some issues centrally. So from the last game to this game, he has stepped into the void and has been filling the void quite well. And we do hope that going forward, he will just continue to get better. And in terms of our offensive play, in terms of creating opportunities, we have been doing that all season without converting consistently. So to find somebody to do that consistently is a plus for us going forward.
Well, Coach, chin up, cheer up, and enjoy the win with your boys. All the best for the rest of the season.
All right, thank you very much.
And now we welcome the head coach of St. Joseph High, Coach Osborne. Coach, not the results you would have wanted, but you do. I've seen your boys. It's a relatively young squad. Can you speak to me about the program that you have at St. Joseph?
Okay, well, we have a under 14 program and also an under 16 program, and most of these boys who play today, they're really the under 16 cohort, you know. They're the nucleus of that, you know. So they're still learning because they're young, and as I told you earlier that we lost 9 of our top players last season, so we are now in a rebuilding mode. But if you notice that the first half wasn't as we had expected, because of some indiscipline that crept into our play. But when we spoke to them in the locker room at the interval, you saw a better show from them. Only 1 goal was scored in the second half.
Well, thank you, Coach. Only up from here, and all the best for the rest of the season and your program at St. Joseph.
Thank you so much.
And there you've had it. You've heard it from both head coaches of Belair High and St. Joseph.
And as you heard from the coaches, one significantly happier than the other, and that was because of one man in particular. As we take a look at the top striker of this game, and if you're watching this game, you really and truly know it could only be one man. And the top striker of this game, sponsored by Bert's Auto Parts, is the number 7 of Belair, Miguel Harrison. 4 goals on the day, up to 12 goals on the season. I mean, you heard from his coach that he's naturally a central midfielder, but playing up top for the past couple of games, and he's been playing up top to devastating effect. Here was the second of his goals, and then the third, put on a platter by Pinnock, dropped his shoulder and then lashed it home into that bottom corner, and this was his 4th goal. Bit of fortune, but when you're in that type of form, the balls always seem to break to you. The top striker of this game, presented by Bert's Auto Parts, is Miguel Harrison of Belair High. And indeed, it was a truly fantastic performance from Belair High and Miguel Harrison. Dominant, as I said, from start to finish. And Belair close out the first portion of their Decarteret Cup campaign with a resounding 5-0 victory. As I said, first game of the doubleheader, we do have Manchester High versus Decarteret College coming up next. But for now, that's all from this first game, where the full-time scoreline was Belair 5, St. Joseph 0. Back after this.
CVM Sports ISSA Schoolboy Football is brought to you by KFC, Ping Pong, Catch, Water, Pringles, Shoe Shake, Powerade, Bert's Auto Parts.
Crunch your craving with the value menu from KFC. With combos starting at just $620. KFC, it's finger licking good.
Shake and go. Come on, you shake and go. Step on the field. I fi increase the tempo. Come on, you shake and go. Flavors feel nice, nutrition for your lifestyle. Come on, you shake and go. The net we are keep. Schoolboy football season I keep. Come on, you shake and go. Try these delicious new flavors today. Chocolate, vanilla, peanut, and butter pecan. Come on, you shake and go.
Come on now, ping pong chairs, choo-choos, amazing, taste so good. Feed your cravings, chocolate rich. You'll be craving more and more and more and more. Here comes the craze. Ping pong chairs and choo-choos. Feed your cravings, you know you want to.
Now it's a party with ping pong.
Much quicker. And you need to make sure you do. I'm the coach.
And I'm the assistant coach.
No. Your job is to bring the water and keep us hydrated. Matter of fact, where's the water?
I've got it, coach.
And that's what you love to see. They may be rivals, but the camaraderie is what it's all about. Can't wait for the final.
Whoa! Brilliant action here at Extreme E. Unbelievable! Absolute carnage!
Yeah man, you don't know a 2 Locks 876 Rebel and me there I represent for CVM. See it happen.
Welcome back to high school pitchside, and we now move over to our rivalries segment. Today we turn our focus to one of the most tightly contested fixtures in schoolboy football on the local circuit. It's between Garvey Maceo and Glenmuir. Both teams squared off in the DaCosta Cup Zone I on Tuesday in the top of the table clash at Garvey Maceo. Glenmuir made a statement in their 4-0 victory. Here's Jordan Fort with more.
Already secured, both teams went into the match with their unbeaten records on the line. Glenmuir entered at the top of the table, leading Garvey Maceo on goal difference. Colour Red drew first blood as Ricardo Bin's 11th minute goal gave Glenmuir the lead. That lead was doubled with Orel Miller's strike in the 24th minute. 3 minutes before half-time, Dustin Cohen made it 3-0. He would grab his brace in the 60th minute as Glenmuir ran out 4-0 winners and into the playoffs with 21 points atop Zone I. But Garvey Maceo coach Lester Hibbert was fuming after the match as his team was reduced to 10 players in the first half.
What I want to focus on is just that the referees, they have spoken today. I don't want to call any name, but the referee that was in charge of the game, he has spoken, and I wonder if schoolboy football has gone to money.
I thought we handled the situation very well. Coming into unfamiliar grounds again, last year we would have came here and ended with 0 points. So this year we came and we ensured that we put ourselves in best position to maximize on the points. And we got that too.
The rivalry will once again be renewed when both teams face each other in the playoffs for a spot in the round of 32. Speaking of rivalry, both camps are aware of what it means to play in this fixture. For Glenmuir, they hold grudges for last season's defeat to Garvey Maceo in the semi-finals.
Last year we couldn't change last year, so we had our own story to rewrite this year. It's just, as I said before, it's just another game where don't place a lot of emphasis on rivalry because that is something that will cloud our judgment. So we ensure that we prepare for our opponent or prepare ourselves properly, so we don't look on the opponent.
We have 3 more games to go in the final 4, so we have to just regroup. We have 1 home game and maybe 2 away games, so we have to go again and go stronger.
Kemps Hill shocked title favourites Glenmuir 1-0 in their Zone I playoff, while Garvey Maceo rebounded from their heavy defeat to Glenmuir to beat Denby High 2-1 to move a step closer to the round of 32 in action from the ISSA Decarteret Cup on Thursday. It was the first loss of the season for Glenmuir.
Whoa, Daniel, several talking points. The first I want to get to.
Sure.
Garvey's young head coach made some allegations just now, saying that the referees may have been bought out. What says you?
As many persons are wise persons would say that I'm not sure. It was not the game, so I can't speak to that.
It's a politically correct.
Yeah, that's something that, especially for derby games, the referees that you might have assigned to these tasks has to be of great quality. Yeah. I think in my mind, I'm saying that games like these, you'd want a FIFA referee to officiate at these games because the high stakes. A Clarendon derby between Garvey and Glenmuir goes back ages, and that's something that will never change. Always have thrill spills and a lot of excitement. So, I mean, officiating, if there was a discrepancy, needs to improve for the betterment of schoolboy football, because remember, we have to remember that these are youngsters and we want the best for them at the end of the day.
Yes. Glenmuir and Garvey Maceo met 3 times last season. Garvey Maceo, a.k.a. the Cubans, beat Glenmuir on penalties in the semi-final and went on to win their 3rd Decarteret Cup crown. Before that, however, they met twice in the first round, sharing the wins, right? So the next... Well, they won the penalty shootout on 4-2. Earlier in the season, Garvey got a 2-1 win over Glenmuir. Glenmuir then replied with a 2-0 win. Even before that, let's go back to the round of 16 in 2023. We saw whereas they drew 1-1, right? And there was other times where Garvey Maceo beat Glenmuir 2-1 and then another 1-1 draw. So, as we mentioned before, very tightly contested. It is always nip and tuck. So this 4-0 seems like somewhat of, some may argue, somewhat of an anomaly, right? Do you, again, Glenmuir dropped out of the competition in the semi-final last year. This time now, they met for the first time, them get the 4-0 win. What does this say to you, and what should we expect from Glenmuir going into the latter rounds of the Decarteret Cup?
I can say that it's probably the Glenmuir eclipse. When you talk about the quality of this Glenmuir team, they have been very consistent over the past 3 to 4 seasons, especially under the tutelage of the new gaffer, Andre Peart. He's a student of the game. Andre Peart.
A real Jamaican, you know.
Was been a real student of the game. Glenmuir has a lot of quality. In all departments, the Earl Miller, the Erin Watson, and also the Dunsting Cohen. They are the 3 catalysts, because they would have had Premier League experience last season. So that experience now transferring that to schoolboy football is something that that has been helping them. And I think as it relates to how they set up defensively as a compact unit and in the attacking third, they're very in sync, because at the three phases of the football field, you have the build-up phase, the connecting phase, and the execution phase. And in the final third, they have been ruthless. So seeing them dominate this fixture is not something that is surprising to me, because I think it's the best attacking team in the Decarteret Cup.
All right. Between them, Daniel, they share 6 Decarteret Cup titles. They have each won it 3 times. Garvey are the most recent winners, coming last year, of course, and they won in 2021 as well. Glenmuir, it's been over a decade since Glenmuir last won, and last year they were clear favorites, but still, you know, football isn't played on paper.
Not at all.
And the drought continues after losing in the semi-final. So it's been over a decade since Glenmuir's last Decarteret Cup title, which came in 2012. 2012, right? This season, again, statement win over fierce rivals Glenmuir. CC, again, the other Clarendon school, is not much of a factor this year. How confident are you? You said they're one of the best attacking teams this season. How confident are you that Glenmuir will get over the line this year under Andrew Peart?
I think I'm very confident that they will probably sneak it this year. They are probably the third best attacking team. Only USSA and Manchester High have scored more goals than them. So with the quality that they have, and also the depth coming off the bench, because that's something that you need to win championship. Defensively, they have been sound. Attacking wise, they have been really incredible. And as a unit, they have been one of the better teams in the competition.
All right, peeps, stay tuned to CVM to see it happen. It's now time for another break. We'll be right back.
I will say fry planting for Sunday morning. That's been when Leela walks in. You don't know this is Leela Ike, we are up for CVM. See it happen right here on CVM TV. Love and life.
It's now time for the final segment of the show. Yes, it's time for Fan View. And following Vauxhall's emphatic win over Spanish Town High, fans are starting to believe that this may be the year for Vauxhall, and they may be on the verge for something great. We take to our YouTube feed for what the folks were saying. All right, let's go. Let's kick it off. Firstly, Mikel Wright says, second round my side. All right, Mikel, easy now. Jason says, Vauxhall representing the East, for sure. Camperdown, step on the game up. Next up, Patrice says, yes, my bad side, give them about 14. We almost got to 14, but lad, man, why you want to give the school so much? Have a look mercy, man. Next up, SHHH Sims says, half a man you may watch LOL, right DJ? A man you never watch 14, no. All right, one more. Legendary Max says blue and green, which is of course the school colors for Vauxhall High School. All right, and that is it. So we close this week's show, but don't fret, because we'll be back next week with more fun, more excitement, and much more discussions. On behalf of the entire team, I'm Ronaldo Adams, signing out. Take care of yourself.
CVM Television is the official broadcaster of ISSA Schoolboy Football 2025. Unauthorized recording, broadcast, or streaming of matches or related events is strictly prohibited. CVM Sports ISSA Schoolboy Football is brought to you by KFC, Ping Pong, Catch, Water, Pringles, True Shake, Powerade, Bert's Auto Parts.
Welcome back to Manchester High School, CVM TV's live and exclusive coverage of the ISSA Da Costa Cup. This is the second match of the doubleheader, the feature encounter. It is between the home team Manchester High and Decarteret College. And of course, we did see that first game between Belair and Mt.St. Joseph, where Belair ran out 5-0 winners. So before we get into this contest, we want to hear the thoughts of both coaches, and Janae Robinson will bring us that from pitch side.
Coach, it has been a challenging start for you this season, especially since you've been the newly appointed coach to the Decarteret College. How have the boys responded to you taking the charge?
I think, they're taking the charge step by step. It could be better, but we're still getting there.
And what changes have you made to tighten the back line? You had an earlier loss against Manchester. Now you do face them again.
Well, we have prepared something different. I won't say that to you now, you will see it in the game.
Coach is keeping secrets from me. Coach young Caleb Campbell has been a standout over 5 seasons in the competition. How are you planning to use this experience to inspire the other players and the younger players today?
Well, he is the one who gonna roll the engine. So as we go along, you will see.
And what would a strong performance and even beyond the result mean to restoring the confidence into the Decarteret family?
Yeah, man, it would be a whole enthusiasm if we get this victory today. It's a revenge victory.
All right, Coach. Well, all the best for today's match, and I'm excited to see your boys.
Thank you. Cheers.
Now we welcome the head coach of Manchester High, Coach Janoy Chambers. He's walking in pretty cool and collective. Coach, you're coming from a 9-0 win over the same Decarteret earlier this season. How do you keep your players grounded and focused as they play them again today?
Well, good afternoon, by the way. The reality is, as I would say to the players, this game is not Manchester High versus DC. We are almost one step in the second round, so it's all about building for that, so we have to use this as preparation.
Well, Javonte Gordon has been unstoppable with 21 goals in 8 matches. What has been your secret to keeping him sharp and consistent?
Well, not only Javonte, his performance is due to the team, so the team is working well as a collective, and he's just reaping the reward of hard work. So we encourage all the players to play hard and give it their all every game.
Well, we are on your home soil, and that may mean a lot more to your boys today. Clean sheets have also been consistent this year. What's working defensively that the fans may be overlooking?
To be honest, it's just teamwork. You can't underestimate the value of teamwork, and that's what we emphasize and put emphasis on. As I was saying earlier, this is a very young team, but as a collective, they respond well to each other, and we have to just continue to work with them.
Well, I'm excited to see your boys put on a show today, and all the best.
Thank you.
To this game as firm favourites, Janoy Chambers coached Manchester High School as they lead Zone F. They still have a perfect win record, and they saw Belair just confirming second place in the group. As you heard from Coach Chambers, 1 foot in to the next round is this Manchester High team, but they know the job is far from finished. And our producer has identified Javonte Gordon as the player to watch from this Manchester High School, but you heard from Coach Chambers that it's not just about Chambers, it's not just about Gordon, that is. He's got 21 goals so far and 1 assist in schoolboy football this season. But Coach Chambers giving credit to the entire team as a unit for the performances of Javonte Gordon. Caleb Campbell has been highlighted as the player to watch from Decarteret College. There are your officials, the officiating crew today: referee Christopher Mason, the assistants Kishona Robinson and Micaiah Murray, and Dennis Spencer to act as the fourth official. Jordan Fort and Leger Williams to take you through this second contest of the doubleheader. Leger, what are we expecting here?
I think we're expecting Manchester High to be a dominant force. What we have seen from this Manchester team has been nothing short of dominant so far. one of the highest scorers, if not the highest scorers in all of schoolboy football. They have the leading goal scorer in schoolboy football this season in Javante Gordon, and they have scored 59 goals, conceded once from 8 games. So if that's anything to go by, we should expect fireworks, we should expect a complete team performance, and we should expect 3 points for Manchester High.
Of Jamaica's national anthem.
And you'll hear the playing of the national anthem.
Mr. Music Anthem.
All right, so the playing of the national anthem making way for these players to now shake hands with the officiating team and with the opposing team as they get ready to line up in this, the second match of our feature doubleheader, or the feature match of our doubleheader here at Manchester High School. So, as you heard Leger say, Manchester dominating in Zone F, top of the zone, 59 goals scored, just 1 conceded. And if that is not dominance, then I don't know what is. Decarteret College, out of 8 games, they've won only twice, drawn twice, and lost 4 times. There's a refereeing cast I told you about. Christopher Mason, the man in the middle today. Kishana Robinson, Micaiah Murray, his assistants. Dennis Spencer, the 4th official, just giving both captains the instructions. So Decarteret College well and truly up against it in this contest. As I mentioned, their player to watch, Caleb Campbell, 17 years old, he wears the number 11. And he has 5 seasons in the Da Costa Cup, has scored 3 goals and has 1 assist so far this season from 8 games played. Decarteret won't have happy memories of their last meeting with Manchester High. They were drubbed 9-0, and that's been this season, of course. Here are the starting lineups. We start with Manchester High. Jalija Ward in goal, Damani Myers, Conrad Messam, Daniel Bartley, Javante Gordon, Jaleel McKenzie, Shamon Reynolds, Brandon Brown, DeAndre Reed, Michael Reed, and Troydian Flemings, coached by Janoy Chambers. This is Decarteret College. Jaboki Morris, John Luke Rose, Najari Gale, Javier Harrison, Antoine Barker, Corey Cha, Caleb Campbell, Taine Lambert, Kishore Williams, Cesare Scaff, and Shamar Hilton, coached by Neil Senior.
Daniel Bartley. 7.
So just about ready for kickoff.
9. Jaleel McKenzie.
3:30 in the afternoon.
Shamon Reynolds. 11.
And the fans of Manchester High will be looking to another dominant performance from their team. And I'm sure Coach Janoy Chambers
17.
will want to see what he can learn about his outfit
19.
in this contest.
Head coach Janoy Chambers.
Referee whistle goes, and that's the start of Manchester High versus Decarteret College here at Manchester High School. Decarteret on the attack early down the right hand side.
Yeah, through their danger man, Caleb Campbell, but immediately he's reprimanded and Manchester look to start an attack of their own.
Belair win it back, and a shot from distance from Belair, from Decarteret that is. It's well over the bar though, and a goal kick to Manchester High.
It'll be very important for Decarteret to get a fast start in this game. Can't allow Manchester to run proceedings, can't allow them to especially get an early goal in this contest, or else it will be very tough going for the team in purple.
Well, the team in purple trying to launch some early pressure on Manchester. Still have possession, Decarteret.
Yeah, they are the team with all the early possession, Decarteret.
That's good play from Manchester down the left-hand side, but the across the face of the goal, nobody on end of it.
Yeah, that was Shamon Reynolds, their number 10. 5 goals, 5 assists this season. Manchester will have a free kick in the attacking third in short order.
Yeah, clear that Decarteret came out with a plan not to let Manchester settle here, but of course we do know the risk-reward situation that exists anytime a team that's up against it comes up against a favourite and try to hit them early. Obviously the threat is always there of the other team going the other way and scoring some early goals, flipping the contest on its head. Janoy Chambers, JC, the initials, the man at the helm for Manchester High School.
Yeah, his second stint as head coach of Manchester. Very proud sporting institution, but they haven't been able to get over the line in under 19 rural area football. No Decarteret Cup titles, no Ben Francis Cup titles either. They're striving to put that right.
Striving now is Caleb Campbell for Decarteret. Corey Cha has been in the thick of things early. He's fired out wide now for Campbell to chase, but that's going to be a chase that's just too much for him.
Yeah, looking to get him involved a lot early, Decarteret. Playing on that right-hand side. As you mentioned, his 5th season in the Decarteret Cup. 10 career goals to his name, 3 of them coming this season. An assist to go with that, so averaging a goal involvement every other game. Decarteret will hope that every other game is today.
Looking for a through pass to Shamon Reynolds, not being able to pick him out. Decarteret trying to come the other way, but they lose possession here, and now this ball looks like it's going to find Reynolds. The goalkeeper is quickly off his line. Jaboki Morris.
Yeah, started his run just a little bit too wide there. Shamon Reynolds didn't have enough time to curve it back in to create some danger in behind.
Relax. Steady. Steady, come on, play ball faster. Relax. Just come on, spread and hear me, I say.
Was Myers trying to play that ball through, then deflected off the back of Hilton. Comes a long throw. Infringement spotted, and the ball will go the other way. It's a foul throw, in fact.
I've been seeing quite a few of those in schoolboy football this season.
Yeah, I saw one watching the English Premier League today, which was also a big surprise. So it's not just the schoolboys who are committing that particular error. That foul's an easy call for referee Mason. And Manchester High will have a free kick. Michael Reed not too pleased with that challenge. Flashing off his opponent.
Manchester trying to bait the Decarteret into some sort of press, but eventually launch a ball over the top to Mackenzie.
Mackenzie, does he manage to keep it in? He was doing well in that regard initially. And then the ball rolls into touch for a Decarteret goal kick.
Has been a very competitive start to the game. Decarteret certainly matching Manchester stride for stride physically so far.
Yeah, good to see Decarteret, despite their record so far and despite Manchester being heavy favourites, come into Manchester territory and not being afraid to go toe-to-toe with them. Of course, they're only in the 7th minute, so remains to be seen how long Decarteret can keep up this type of presence in this contest.
Yeah, a lot can change very fast in football. But Decarteret will certainly be pleased with the start so far.
Manchester now playing the ball through the lines. There was an opportunity for a through ball there. Didn't find the forward, and now they go out wide to Mackenzie. Have to go all the way back though, Manchester. Here's a ball over the top. Searching for Javante Gordon, the danger man. Gordon puts it across. And not able to keep it in, Manchester, from that attack. So I'd say the best spell for Manchester in this game so far. Jaboki Morris though, still untested.
Yeah, just one rush clearance to write home about. But Manchester are settling in possession much better the past couple of minutes. But still opting for that longer pass as opposed to trying to play the ball through the midfield third to the forward line. Decarteret setting up well to prevent that type of pass.
Manchester still in possession. Decarteret trying to press. Goes Caleb Campbell trying to lead a one-man press really for Decarteret. He does draw Manchester into the mistake though. Now Decarteret in possession, but give it away cheaply in my opinion. Run it back. Lambert passes to Scaff. Scaff over the top now. Couldn't pick out the forward run of Najari Gale. Manchester come the other way now on the right side. It's going to be an early ball in for Manchester, trying to find Javante Gordon. Ball goes all the way across and then now is played into touch by Decarteret for a Manchester throw.
Yeah, trying to put some pressure on. Always looking for that ball in the channel, down the line. Certainly not opposed to much more direct patterns of play, Manchester High.
Myers with the throw in. Gordon. Was a good cross. The deflection saw the ball balloon up into the air and Jaboki Morris was able to easily claim. The early ball over the top from Decarteret. Baker was trying to put the pressure on the Manchester defence. So Decarteret number 9, Antoine Baker.
Manchester looking to build deep. DeAndre Reed spreading that one across to Messam. Here's a danger man, Gordon, but he's unable to connect with his pass.
There's a long ball now down the right flank. But off a Manchester player last, and it's the Decarteret throw. Javante Gordon, a product of Mount Pleasant Academy in St. Anne, of course, the one-time Premier League champions and runners-up last season.
Also explains a lot in regards to the quality that he has shown, not only in his ruthlessness in front of goal, but his all-round play as well. Mount Pleasant Academy has garnered a reputation of developing some of the best young players on the island of Jamaica.
That was a hopeful ball more than anything. Since 2012, the meetings between these two teams, 22 times they've played each other. Manchester High has won 20 of those meetings. One has ended in a draw, which means Decarteret College has only won once in the last 22 meetings between these two teams. Just an indication of the dominance and the one-sidedness of this particular fixture. Comes Decarteret now, again in attack. Leaving the ball short though. Baker won't be happy with that pass at all. And there have been some big whippings in there from Manchester High as they look to attack again. Manchester on the left side, ball played across, and a last-ditch tackle. That's a very, very good tackle coming in from Decarteret, and goalkeeper Morris has his blushes spared.
Yeah, was beaten to that one. Some indecisiveness.
Here comes Caleb Campbell. Yeah, taking down easy call. A tackle coming in there from Daniel Bartley. Let's look at that opportunity again from Manchester.
Yeah, it was a very good run in behind. That one coming from Reynolds, and as I said, some indecisiveness from Jacoby Morris led to him being second to that one, but Kishore Williams certainly wasn't second. Made an excellent last-ditch tackle. Led to Decarteret going on the attack, and from that resulting attack, they've won a free kick in a promising area, a free kick that Shamar Hilton will take. Left-footed one coming up.
Played into the box, and the keeper is assured in coming to claim. It's a nice ball played forward from Manchester. Here's their danger man, Gordon, taken down inside the box. Points to the spot, the referee Mason does. It's a penalty to Manchester High. Good work from Javante Gordon. Really giving credence to his tag as the player to watch coming into this game. And the Decarteret defense just not able to keep up with him. And he's won a penalty for Manchester High.
And it was the man who saved Decarteret not too long ago. Kishore Williams, wild in his approach. Javante Gordon realized that pretty early. And an excellent piece of skill to evade his defender, but couldn't evade him long. But he has won a penalty, which he will now take.
Gordon steps up, slots it home pretty easily. And it's 1-0 to Manchester High, courtesy of Javante Gordon.
And Manchester have now scored 60 goals in the DaCosta Cup in 8 games and 15 minutes of action. Quite astounding the rate that they're operating. And this man, Javante Gordon, now has his 22nd goal of the season. Coolly converted that penalty. And Manchester with a 1-0 lead after 15 minutes.
Manchester High showing their dominance. And as much as the Decarteret have tried to hit them with a gut punch early, it's been Manchester who's responded. And you only need one moment from Javonte Gordon, and that was it.
He typically provides much more than one.
But a rash challenge though, I think, coming in from the Decarteret, really leading to that particular penalty. You know Gordon is a danger man, of course. You expect that they're going to try to get the ball off him early whenever he has it, but giving away a penalty in that instance and not helping themselves really, the Decarteret. Here come Manchester again on the right side. This time the ball is taken away, the Decarteret back in possession. Corey Cha has been involved early. Yeah, they tried to force feed their top player Caleb Campbell, the Decarteret. I know Manchester though is wary of the threat, and he's been a marked man so far in the 16 minutes and 52 seconds of this contest.
And I think that goal will settle down Manchester a bit. They already were pretty patient at the back, especially when passing around, but given the start that the Decarteret had, I think at times they were a bit rushed in their actions, Manchester. Now, especially this man can start to stretch his legs.
Here he goes again, Javonte Gordon with a shot, and it's into the back of the net. Javonte Gordon makes it 2-0 to Manchester, his second of the contest. And if the first was a simple slot home from 12 yards out, well, the second is a bullet all along the carpet, and the keeper had no chance. Manchester go 2-0 up.
Yeah, and I think that goal exemplified everything great we've seen from Javonte Gordon this season, taking the ball from the halfway line, turning into space with pace, power, and then shooting with ridiculous accuracy right into the bottom corner. 23 now for the season, and as we're seeing on TV here on CVM, people, he's well worth those goals.
Here he is again in possession. Javonte Gordon plays this one out wide now. Manchester in another dangerous position. This time not able to convert. The last three attacks though from Manchester have all looked like they could turn into goals. And as we said earlier in this contest, Leger, it can change quickly in this game of football. It's a cruel old game. And the Decarteret, I think, really started sprightly and tried to put some pressure on Manchester. But the moment Manchester settled, they've taken over the dominance in this contest. And now they're 2 goals up in the 19th minute and looking to go 3-0 up. There's a headed goal unmarked in the box. And the Decarteret get lucky with that one. Now to take that one in instead, Caleb Campbell throw into Manchester. Shamon Reynolds giving chase, keeping the pressure on this Decarteret defense. So Manchester not resting on their laurels, and they've got a jubilant home support and a vocal home support to keep them on their toes, this Manchester team. I'm sure the fans will want to see more goals.
And I'm sure they're thirsty to provide those goals as well. They really have been scoring at a frantic rate, this Manchester team.
Reynolds tries to pick out a teammate, but only succeeds in picking out a Decarteret player. Shot from distance now. Blocked. And it's going to be a Manchester throw. Troydian Flemings from Manchester High School. Name stood out to me immediately. Ran 400 and 800 for Manchester High at Champs, Troydian Flemings. Using that pace to good effect so far on the right hand side for Manchester.
Here's Decarteret trying to turn and attack, defense into attack. Manchester winning the ball back high, and they really have started to assert their dominance since scoring their opening goal. Deep cross coming in, but it will be a Manchester shirt that meets it.
Reynolds with some trickery. Reynolds with a goal gaping. Reynolds finds the bottom corner. Manchester go 3-0 up. Celebrations all around here at Manchester High School. And their team is scoring for fun now.
Yeah, absolute magic from Shamon Reynolds. Picked that ball up under considerable pressure. And you can tell from his nonchalant demeanor that he does this on the regular. Controlled it well. Was under pressure from several Decarteret players. 1, 2, 3. Absolutely no match for Reynolds. He beats a fourth and then slots home oh so coolly. Absolutely mesmerizing stuff from Shamon Reynolds.
And the goals just keep coming for Manchester High. That one though, I think Morris will be kicking himself. Perhaps a bounce just took it over his hand, Morris, but close enough to him, in my opinion, for him to make the save. Nevertheless though, his defenders did him no favors. As he said, Leger, 1, 2, 3 people that Reynolds skipped by, and then a fourth defender came across and still wasn't able to stop him. And Decarteret really at 6s and 7s now. And at 3-0 down, pretty soon it could be 6 or 7.
Yeah, the goals just keep on flying in. We did say it was imperative that Decarteret didn't allow Manchester to score early, but halfway through this first half, they're already 3-0 down. Courtesy of a brace from Javante Gordon. And now Shamon Reynolds, with his 6th goal of the season, is in on the act. I know his father Sean is surely somewhere in attendance for this game and will be very pleased by that goal. Excellent goal that was. Certainly the pick of the bunch so far. And Javante Gordon already scored a lovely one earlier.
It's a good ball out to the left from Decarteret. But will they be able to conjure up a shot? Comes in from that left-hand side. But in the end, easy for goalkeeper Jaden Dunn. In fact, goalkeeper Elijah Ward, that should be. Manchester in possession yet again. That battle over that right side. It's Flemings who comes away with it. Ball played back over the top, trying to find Flemings.
Gordon was trying to find a return pass, but he still might get one, but that's good defending. I believe that's Harrison for Decarteret. As they look to start an attack, but the pass inaccurate.
Manchester win it back easily. I mentioned the right winger for Manchester High, Troydian Flemings. A standout at champs for Manchester in Class 3 Leger. Won the Class 3 400 meters back in 2022. As I said, ran the 4-8 double for Manchester.
Always a difficult task.
But did acquit himself tremendously on the biggest stage in high school track and field, and now is on the biggest stage in high school football as we see Manchester try to come again. Reynolds wanted that one back. Wants to get in on the act again. Does Shamon Reynolds.
Decarteret still trying their best to compete, especially physically, with this Manchester team. It's proving very difficult at the moment. Wayward pass on that occasion.
You see where the Decarteret danger man, Caleb Campbell, now has come over to the left side. Some physical play. Decarteret winning the foul. Yeah, best coaches are always over there.
Very vocal.
So it's a three-man committee over this one for Decarteret.
And it will be a three-man wall for Manchester.
Baker hits it from distance, and I think almost turned out to be a very good pass actually. Campbell trying to run onto it, and I'm pretty sure it wasn't an attempted pass initially. Yeah, so a few multi-sport athletes in this Manchester High squad. On the bench as well is Orien Wright. He is also a national under-19 cricketer for Jamaica. Decarteret with a chance, shot at goal. And Elijah Ward is on his P's and Q's and able to pull off an easy save, but that was a momentary lapse from this Manchester High team in defence.
Yeah, and Corey Cha was the one bearing down on goal. Didn't quite necessarily make that finish particularly difficult for Elijah Ward. We were speaking about Orien Wright, national under-19 cricketer for Jamaica. Actually, Manchester's second highest goal scorer this season with 13 goals. There's a lapse in concentration in that deep midfield area. The finish never necessarily troubling Ward.
Yeah, they'll be disappointed they didn't make more of that, Decarteret. In a game where you expect opportunities for them to be scarce, that one presented almost on a platter, you'd say, an opportunity to really work the goalkeeper. Disappointing not to try to place it either side. Here they are again, Decarteret in possession. Yeah, just losing his footing in the middle of the park there, Corey Cha. One rolls out of play. And Lambert not able to track it down.
Step up, step up, step up.
Yeah, Shimon Reynolds, their number 10, came into this contest with 5 goals and 5 assists from 6 games. He's already added to that tally and is looking for more. We're in the 30th minute of this game between Manchester High and Decarteret. Manchester leading by 3 goals to 0. Goes Javonte Gordon again, the danger man for Manchester. He's still on it, Javonte Gordon, and he'll be able to round the keeper and just slot it home with his left foot. Javonte Gordon gets his hat-trick, and he really has been a man amongst boys for this Manchester team. It's his 24th goal of the season. Manchester 4-0 in front of Decarteret.
They're about as calm as you would like from a striker in supreme form. Javante Gordon, again, that pass over the top. He's the one most alive to it. And whenever he's beyond that last line, it's always very difficult to stop him. Decarteret probably should have stopped him. But when he regained possession, such composure, ball rolling the goalkeeper. And a very calm finish to boot.
That's the mark of a very confident player. Javante Gordon bearing down on goal, the goalkeeper scurrying out to try to take the ball off the boot of Javante Gordon. Calm on the shore though, in possession, and slotted it home for his third of the game and Manchester's fourth. So Manchester just knocking it around, have the luxury of being able to build up now and really wear this Decarteret team down. Decarteret came out full of fire and tried to see if they could sneak one early, but Manchester withstood any early pressure that they were able to provide, and now they're 4-0 up. And now the air has been knocked out of this Decarteret College unit. Here's another ball forward to Gordon. This is dangerous again, you know. Gordon still with a chance, finds Reynolds. Reynolds hits it first time, but the shot is blocked. Shot. Able to come away with it for Decarteret. Ball played over to their number 7, Najari Gale. Here comes Shimon Reynolds now. He's a man full of trickery, is Reynolds.
Yeah, very calm in possession. Manchester piling on the goals, looking to pile in another one. And for you statisticians out there, Manchester have now scored 63 goals so far in the Da Costa Cup.
And conceded only once.
Conceded only one, but in 753 minutes of action, without the stoppage time, of course, so a small caveat. But Manchester are scoring at a rate of essentially 12 minutes per goal this season.
Will they add another? Gordon again. Such pace, such confidence, such assuredness on the ball. Flemings puts this one into a dangerous area. Morris comes to claim. Gale. Cha tries to find Gale. Gale. Forward to Antoine Baker. Baker. Back to Najari Gale. Tries to put the cross in. It's blocked and it goes out for a corner kick to Decarteret.
Yeah, good bit of play there from Decarteret. As soon as they won the ball, always still looking to go forward. Difficult, of course, to keep up with this Manchester team, but they are trying their hardest.
Cross coming in. Manchester managed to just about clear their lines. Now they've booted upfield, Manchester. Caleb Campbell giving chase. And Fleming's doing battle over on the Decarteret left, Manchester right. Campbell has seen less of it since he's switched sides to the left-hand side. Started out on the right and was seeing a lot of the possession early in the contest. Gale, who's gone over to the right-hand side, has now seen a lot more of the ball. A decent spell of play in the previous possession for Decarteret between Najari Gale, Corey Cha and Antoine Baker, the number 9. It did result in a corner kick, but nothing came of that corner really to worry Manchester. And now they're back in possession. Some good ball forward again. The pace here from Manchester. Oh Lord, the goalkeeper spills it. And he takes it on the second attempt. Again, the Decarteret not necessarily helping themselves. Gale manages to keep that one in play. Tries to find Baker. Baker, some good play there. Gale back in possession. These two have been the bright spark for the Decarteret so far. Here's Baker again on it. Skips past one challenge. Now this one is going to go all the way out to Campbell on the other side. Campbell keeps possession for the Decarteret. It's a good ball back.
And I think on that occasion, Corey Cha was buoyed on by the crowd. Could hear a few members saying one time after he left. And immediately shuffled that one and opted for an optimistic strike.
Yeah, but good spell of possession for the Decarteret just now. Their heads haven't dropped, and that's good to see, Leger. They've kept coming in this game. Here's Cha again. I think they've strung some good passes together. Unable, though, in the final third to find that sort of line-breaking pass, that sort of run that would really take the Manchester High defence out of the game and worry their goalkeeper, Elijah Ward. But again, it's good to see that they've continued to press on the Decarteret. 4-0 at this stage of the game would knock the wind out of the sails of many an opposition.
Yeah, but they've continued to compete and to a relatively high level as well, with the juggernaut that is Manchester High. Most devastating attack in schoolboy football this season.
It's a good try from Manchester High, but ball goes out of play. The Decarteret throw. The ball hitting Najari Gale in the back of the head there of that throw in, and now Manchester with their throw, but the Decarteret win it back. Trying to find Caleb Campbell early. Campbell just overrunning it though. Not anticipating the pace and the bounce of the ball correctly. Here's an early ball now. Manchester. Call back though for offside. Decision made pretty early by the assistants.
Decarteret, I'm sure, would love a goal before the halftime interval. Manchester would probably love another to really put this game to bed. Gordon unable to turn out of telephone booth there. Decarteret continue to pile pressure on. Good piece of skill initially, but nowhere to go for Najari Gale.
Brandon Brown making sure of that for Manchester. A shot from distance from Gale. Elijah Ward is comfortable. It's going to be a Manchester High goal kick.
Yeah, again, the attempts are weak, getting themselves into promising positions, but what they do with that promise is the issue so far for the Decarteret.
Brown in possession for Manchester. Manchester give it away cheaply though, in their own half. Can Decarteret look to make them pay? It was good defending initially from Myers coming across, but he concedes a corner kick. So in the 41st minute, Decarteret will want to make this one count. Oh, ball coming off a Manchester High head, giving Elijah Ward a few issues, but he manages to punch it out. Decarteret again come down this right hand side. Here's Gale again, trying to find Chap, but that pass needed some more mustard on it.
Yeah, for all the good work that Manchester has done in this half, it really has been a game of moments for them. They've created some chances, probably 5 or 6, scored 4 of them, but for the most part, the game has played out relatively even. Manchester just much more the clinical team.
Yeah, that's been the real difference in this contest as we look at Manchester hunting a fifth. Javante Gordon, the danger man, is going to turn, look up. He's going to try to fashion an opportunity for a shot. Crowded out that time though. Good defense from Decarteret, and they're able to come away. But turn it right back over, and Troyan Fleming's trying to pick out a runner. Only manages in picking out goalkeeper Morris. Yeah, that's been the difference really, hasn't it, Leger? As you said, moments for Manchester. They've made significantly good use of their opportunities. It's not that the Decarteret have not showed signs. They've shown that they can link plays. They've shown that they can put the ball down and pass it around and get into dangerous positions, but they have not been able to fashion anything significant. As we see where Caleb Campbell was coming back from an offside position.
Yeah, just not efficient enough in the final third, Decarteret. But the competitiveness between the boxes certainly has been impressive from the team in purple. As Cesare Scaff needs some attention here.
Yeah, it would be difficult to explain to someone who's not watching the game, right, Leger? You see a scoreline 4-0 in the first half and think, okay, it's really one team that's on the park. But if you're watching this game, as we've said, it would look a lot different. I mean, Decarteret has had some promising moments going forward, but they just have not been able to strike that decisive blow in the final third. And now there are some issues for one of their players. Manchester, well and truly in control in terms of the scoreline. Anytime you're four goals up, doesn't matter what else is happening between the boxes. What matters is that scoreline, and Javante Gordon, who we identified as our player to watch before the game for Manchester, has lived up to the billing. Top scorer in schoolboy football, and we can see why from the way he's finished in this contest. One was from the penalty spot, the other two were really well taken goals. Shimon Reynolds has gotten the other goal for Manchester High. Ball played forward again, trying to pick out Reynolds. Reynolds get the shot away.
Yeah, on that occasion it was Javante Gordon dropping deep and trying to orchestrate proceedings.
Kishore Williams is now down for Decarteret.
The fourth official indicates that
Just 1 minute has been added to the end of the first half of stoppages, but there's now a player down in that 1 minute, so referee will be keeping a close eye on the watch to see if more time should be added.
It is the man that would have given away the penalty for the first goal. Kishore Williams made a brilliant goal-saving tackle not too long before that, but lost his head a bit. Looks as if he's struggling with his right knee.
Yeah, you see the, of course, customary colours of these teams and the design of these jerseys provided by Soccer Express. Really adding some life and some colour to these contests. Soccer Express, the official jersey sponsors of ISSA SBF.
Well, we're slated to have 1 minute of extra time, stoppage time at the end of the first half. We're just about to start action in that stoppage time, so looks as if we will go into the 48th or 49th minute of play.
Yeah, referee Mason just continuously checking his watch. Ball played forward here, finding Javante Gordon. Gordon on this left side. Tries to go by his man, not able to do so. And now Decarteret turn out of danger. Referee says advantage to Decarteret. Ball played forward to Baker. Baker able to find Gale. Gale though with that touch just took it out of his reach. Lunged in. It's going to be a Decarteret throw. So this may perhaps be the final action of the first half. Referee just having a word with Troydian Flemings.
Yeah, for once his pace didn't get him out of a situation.
That's going to be the final action of this first half. Referee Christopher Mason has seen enough. A dominant first half for Manchester High School. And they lead this one by 4-0. We're going to take a break on our coverage, and when we come back, we'll give you the highlights of this first half.
Crunch your craving with the value menu from KFC. With combos starting at just $620. KFC, it's finger.
Come on now, ping pong chairs, choo-choos, amazing, taste so good. Feed your cravings, chocolate rich. You'll be craving more and more and more and more. Here comes the craze. Ping pong chairs and choo-choos. Feed your cravings, you know you want to.
Now it's a party with ping pong.
Welcome back to Manchester High School. Manchester leading this one 4-0 over Decarteret in the feature game of CVM TV's double header in the ISSA Costa Cup. We're at the closing stages of the first round of play. We're going to be showing you the highlights. Standout man so far was our player to watch pre-game, Javante Gordon, the man wearing the number 7 for Manchester High. Here was the first meaningful action from Gordon, taken down inside the box, awarded the penalty, steps up and coolly slots home, and he gave Manchester a 1-0 lead after converting that. This is the second of his goals, was Gordon. Powerful run and a short shot off the right foot, slotting past goalkeeper Morris, and that put his team up 2 goals. This one was a bit of a good solo effort from Shamon Reynolds, coming in from that left hand side and then slotting past the keeper. Keeper probably will be thinking that he should have done better there, but good work from Reynolds, beating 4 Decarteret defenders before finishing that one to put his team 3-0 up. Decarteret did have a few look-ins of their own. They'd want that one back though. Could have ended up so much differently. Manchester not afraid to play the ball forward early, and you can't give Javante Gordon that amount of time and space on it. And a player in his form able to just roll it by the goalkeeper and slot home. He came in with 21 goals for the season, and he scored 3 so far. He's taken his tally to 24 goals so far this season. Here are the stats from the first half. 11 shots for Manchester, 6 on target. 7 fouls in that first half. Decarteret with 4, and no cards so far. A couple of corners to Manchester, 1 to Decarteret, and Manchester with almost 60% of the possession thus far. We're going to take another break on our coverage, and when we come back, we'll have second half action.
We need to pass the ball quicker.
Much quicker.
And you need to make sure. I'm the coach.
And I'm the assistant coach.
No. Your job is to bring the water and keep us hydrated. Matter of fact, where's the water?
I've got it, coach.
Crunch your craving with the value menu from KFC. With combos starting at just $620. KFC, it's finger licking good.
Let's delve deep into the issues. We'll take you beneath the surface.
Greetings and salutations. My name is Orville Higgins, and it's another edition of Fan Central.
Talking to the people at the heart of the top sporting stories. Hear from your favorite sportsmen and women and the administrators who work tirelessly to make it all happen. It's a live sports talk.
I've written an entire article.
Yes.
Looking at all the major issues every Tuesday at 9 p.m. It's Fan Central. It's time.
Welcome to High School Pitchside. We have another fascinating episode for you.
More matches, more big clashes.
Let's talk about some of the big rivalries coming up this week.
More of your favorite features.
And trust me, you won't fall asleep in this history class.
And of course, we always want to hear from you.
Hear from your alma mater's players and coaches in Team Talk.
you know we can't leave you out. So send us your messages on social media and watch us react on FanView.
And you know we love a good little debate, right, Gio?
We've got you covered all season long on High School Pitchside.
High School Pitchside, your ultimate guide to all things schoolboy football, Thursdays at 8 p.m. on CVM TV. Where it all begins. The quest to become great. Inspired by those who went before them, these 4 boys dream of playing in the ISSA schoolboy football competitions.
Will you score this for Casey? Will you score? It's a shot, it's a goal!
And it's a shot, and it's a goal! And Casey has won the Manning Cup, and they will play Clarendon College in the Olivia Shield. And that's what you love to see. They may be rivals, but the camaraderie is what it's all about. Can't wait for the final.
When the bus them man, I want to watch my son up play finals for CVM, you know.
But mums, you can't watch it on CVM website, man.
Boy, my son score, my son score, my son score, my son score.
Greatness begins here.
Welcome back to High School Pitchside, and it's now time for the Powerade Team Talk. Mona High School are having a perfect start to the season, dominating Zone E with a maximum of 18 points from 6 games. They take the spotlight in our Powerade Team Talk this week.
Mona, of course, in recent history we know, has been a powerhouse in schoolboy football. 2023 Manning Cup champions, 2024 Walker Cup champions. This season, you're perfect so far. Tell me what the journey has been like.
Well, the journey has honestly been beautiful. You know, taking on this school, myself, my dad, and all the staff, it's been a beautiful journey. I've met so many lovely, amazing people. It's been beautiful seeing myself and the players grow and everybody grow. And we look forward to, you know, possibly matching our performance in the 2023 season or even doing better.
Speaking of watching everybody grow, your top striker, Sean Layton, has grown both in stature, physically, and has grown also mentally. You've now entrusted him with a leadership role. Tell me how you've seen him grow into that particular role, because he came into the team as a young boy, was learning from the older players, and now he's the one leading the troops.
Well, I think he's absolutely ready for this role. He's always been very mature, both in his style of play and just as a person overall. You know, I've known Sean since I was very, very young. We've watched each other grow up really, and I'm very proud of his performance and his growth as a player.
Assistant Coach Ricardo Martin is here. Coach, tell me about the team's play this season. Now, I want to ask you a question, and you can be candid with me. Most people saw Mona versus Dunoon and thought, okay, easy win for Mona, maybe. Lots of goals for Mona. It was 2-1. Did you expect that?
Oh, we didn't expect that, but sometimes things like this happen because it was a 1 o'clock game as well, so the weather played a part in it as well. So, well, and we had several chances to put the game to bed, so, and that didn't happen. So we just have to go back to the training ground, look at the film, and we'll work on it.
And in terms of what you're trying to impart to these boys, I mean, you've been instrumental in the Phoenix program. You were a player yourself. Tell me some of the strategies and some of the tactics that you're trying to impart and how well you think they've grasped it so far.
They have grasped a lot, some of it which I cannot speak of right now, but...
Secret.
Secret, yeah. but whatever we have asked them to do, they have really put it out there so far.
Yeah, let me talk to the leader, Sean Layton. Sean, you're racking up the goals. I think you've gone 17 so far in the Manning Cup. Tell me about how you've adjusted this year to a new leadership role and how you keep your focus to also ensure that your game stays on top.
Well, it's 14, but to keep the focus, you just have to stay humble and just know that the team is the main focus, is for the team to do well, and just get through the schoolboy football, discipline, stay disciplined, get everyone on the same level-headed and just keep the focus.
Many thanks to Casey Butler, Ricardo Martin, and all the team members for joining us. Remember, you can catch all the SBF action live and exclusive right here on CVM TV, on our website, cvmtv.com, and on YouTube, CVM TV News. We know this is your favorite time of the morning because you get to see me, but unfortunately, I'm just kidding.
We now bring you our Powerade hydration tip of the week, and this week it's all about replacing what you sweat out from your body. Sweating makes you lose electrolytes. Replenish with Powerade, and that helps you to restore sodium and potassium, helping you stay in the game longer. Yes, that was your Powerade hydration tip of the week, and it's now time for a quick break. But when we return, we'll have history class.
Welcome back to CVM's coverage of the ISSA Costa Cup. Manchester High leading Decarteret by 4-0 at the end of the first half. As we stand by for the start of the second half, Jenny Robinson is adding to the halftime festivities at pitchside.
Thank you, Jordan. And I'm in the stands with the fans. I'm here with the mom of Manchester High. She is the mother of the number 17, and I'm sure you've been around the boys for a while. Talk to me about the rich tradition of Manchester High and why you're so loyal to the school and the boys.
Well, you know, the boys need the support, and if we don't give them the support, they are not going to do well. So they depend on us to give them the support. And because my son loves football so much, it's dear to him, I have to show up, to be present. I have to be here to give him the support and the other boys the support that they need to do well.
Well, Mommy, it seems like you have been there on and off the pitch. So I want to know a little fun fact. Do you know how to play football? Do you have any tricks up your sleeves? Has your son taught you anything?
No. No, I'm a cricket fan, not a football fan. I watch and I support, but I don't know anything much about playing the game.
All right. Well, they are playing Decarteret College here today. They played them before in the first round and whopping goals, just goals from Manchester High. What do you think the prediction for today's match will be, and do you think you guys can walk away with a victory?
8-0 easily. 8-0 easily.
Well, we have 45 minutes to go, Mommy, so I'll check you back after the match. Let's see if 8 goals can be scored in the remainder of the match, and that is it. We're here at Manchester High, and we'll see you after the break.
All right, Janae, so the soccer mom of this Manchester High team, mother of Michael Reid, providing the support. There's one of the many loyalists here from Manchester High School as they lead 4-0. She says it's going to be 8-0 at the end, so she's predicting 4 goals in either half. Jordan Fort, Leger Williams back with you to take you through the second 45. The first 45 was full of action. Let's see what the second 45 will provide. Here's a ball into Reynolds. Reynolds cuts it back on his left foot. Reynolds shoots. Goalkeeper able to make the save.
Yeah, comfortable save in the end, but again, Manchester finding space in behind, looking to play those passes as direct as possible, not allowing this Decarteret team to settle. That's going to be a foul headed the way to the team in purple.
5. And for Decarteret, out number 17, Cesare Scaff, replaced by number 19, Shaquille Sinclair.
So a couple of substitutions being made at halftime, one by either team. As we see a ball in here from Decarteret. Incidentally, the son of the soccer mom, Michael Reid, has been replaced at halftime. There's Decarteret on the left-hand side. The ball is going to roll into touch for a corner kick. So Reid has been replaced by Devontae Vidal for Manchester, and for Decarteret, they've replaced Cesare Scaff with Shaquille Sinclair. Ball into the box from Decarteret. Trying to start the second half like they started the first, but here's an opportunity for Manchester now, and that is the substitute Devontae Vidal taken down. Here comes the ball through. Reynolds trying to get on the end of it.
Yeah, that was an excellent attempt at a through pass.
It's Caleb Campbell now. Almost left the ball behind, but has it again under his spell. Campbell trying to get by Myers. On the right side, Myers gets some support now. And the pressure tells on Campbell. And the ball goes into touch. It's going to be a Manchester High throw.
He always struggled to get that ball fully under his spell with Caleb Campbell. Manchester again building deep, trying to draw on this Decarteret team before inevitably playing a very long pass.
That's been the MO of Manchester High so far in this contest. Right on cue, Leger. Trying to pick out Mackenzie. And now Reynolds lunging in. It's going to be a free kick to Decarteret.
Their keeper Morris will be the one to spot this and take the set piece. Good piece of skill that time from Baker.
He has had a decent game so far, Baker. I think has held up play relatively well and linked play relatively well for the Decarteret team, but hasn't really had any telling moments in the final third where he really wants to be a danger. Again, the play breaks down for Decarteret as they went forward. And here's the speed now of Javonte Gordon. Javonte Gordon turning on the Jets. Devontae Gordon just too hot to handle for this Decarteret team. And that was just a display of sheer speed and then accuracy with the finish. And now Manchester take a 5-0 lead. And the Decarteret again have been caught flat-footed.
Yeah, look at this. The burners from Javonte Gordon. He showed us skill, he showed us finishing ability. That time he showed us brute physicality as well. 25 goals to his name now this season. 4 on the day.
And they come again, Manchester. Yeah, substitute Vidal there, trying to play the ball forward. His teammate was signaling to him that he was in an offside position. Coach Janoy Chambers, evidenced by this particular start from Manchester in the second half, telling his team not to let up off the gas, despite them coming into the second 45 leading by 4-0, and they've already added to their tally. 5-0 now for Manchester and looking for more. Here's Reynolds. Reynolds slots it past goalkeeper Morris, and Reynolds makes it 6. So there's the applause from the Manchester High support. 8 was predicted at halftime. They're halfway there in terms of second half goals. Manchester High running riot now.
Yeah, and their physicality is really showing. They look super sharp, this Manchester team. And their 2 best attacking players so far, Javonte Gordon, he scored 4. But Shamon Reynolds, he's looked imperious as well, scoring his second of the game. Manchester 6-0 up now. And they have scored 65 goals this season in less than 9 games.
That's well done from Mackenzie initially. Good move from Vidal, plays it across to Reynolds. I thought for a moment that he had taken that brilliantly. The touch off the chest just allowing the Decarteret defence to recover and play the ball out for a corner kick. Manchester High really and truly all over this Decarteret team now. And goalkeeper Morris can hardly catch a break.
Yeah, and every time that Manchester seem to bear down on goal, they look extremely dangerous.
Here's the danger again. Morris managed to punch this one. Not fully clear yet, though it comes back at him. And here's another opportunity that fell to Flemings, but Flemings just wasn't able to control it. Decarteret trying to launch an attack of their own. Manchester win it back though. Good ball played over to the right side now for Reynolds. Reynolds chopping it back to Mackenzie. Mackenzie trying to skip past his opposite number. The ball goes into touch. Not easing up this Manchester team.
Yeah, they're a very ruthless outfit. They have been scoring goals for fun. Opting for the Rabona pass there. Maybe not the skill required from Gale. Manchester back in possession again. Not the reprieve that the Decarteret would have wanted.
Yeah, so we told you at the start of the game how one-sided this particular fixture has been over the past 13 years. 22 matches played between the two teams. Manchester winning 20 of them. The Decarteret only winning once. One ended in a drawn result. And now Manchester extending that dominance in no uncertain terms. 6-0 in the 55th minute of this contest. And every time they attack, it looks like it could turn into a goal. And this Decarteret team really having no answers for the Manchester attack.
And the ominous form that Shamon Reynolds and, of course, Javante Gordon are in. It really could turn uglier relatively soon.
Here's the aforementioned Gordon now. Gordon with a nicely weighted ball into Flemings. Flemings pokes it by the goalkeeper, and that is a fantastic finish. Excellent play from Manchester High. And we told you that the Decarteret were at 6s and 7s. It was 6 and now it's 7.
6-7. Wow. Manchester 10 minutes into the second half have already scored 3 goals. Javante Gordon involved yet again, but this time he's turned provider. Only his second assist of the season, but he's really dipping deep into his bags, the former Mount Pleasant man. Fleming's only his second goal of the season. Manchester 7-0 up. They really are running riot in this game now.
And Decarteret still refusing to go into damage control mode. Here's Gale. I tell you what, Manchester won't mind because it will mean more openings for them to continue to score and add to this incredible goal tally that they've racked up so far in the first round of the ISSA Costa Cup in 2025. Javante Gordon, the main man, but as coach Janoy Chambers said at the start of this contest when he spoke with Janae Robinson, is that it's not just about one man. And now we've seen 3 goal scorers for Manchester, with Troydian Flemings the latest to find himself on the score sheet. Free kick goes in favour of Decarteret.
Other the Costa Cup scores. States leading Lacovia by 2 goals to nil in the second half. Meanwhile, Glenmuir may be going through a small slump in form. Currently drawing with Denby High. Glenmore, of course, lost their last game against Kempshill by a goal to nil.
Yeah, I've heard some things about that Kempshill team, Vijay. It's a team on the up and up. Is what my sources tell me. Beating Glenmore, a huge scalp for them, of course. Here's Decarteret now on the right side. This is the dangerous Caleb Campbell for them. Campbell, though, I think we've seen on a number of occasions now just really thinking and trying to do too much and losing possession. Pressure coming in now from Shamon Reynolds. Javante Gordon calling for it in the box. Reynolds tries to pick him out but picks out Mackenzie instead, and Mackenzie not able to direct that one goalward.
Yeah, that Kempshill unit, always known to be upsetters. Feel like every season they've gotten some sort of scalp.
Yeah, here's a look back at it. Shamon Reynolds, I think initially was trying to pick out Javante Gordon. He had two though. Mackenzie was one of them waiting, but was really, his weight was going backwards, not able to direct it on goal. Yeah, but it's funny, Leger, because the biggest result of the season for Glenmore, beating Garvey Maceo 4-0, and then after that they've all of a sudden seemed to have hit a snag. Beat Garvey Maceo 4-0, then lost 1-0 to Kempshill, and now they're drawing with Denby. So Coach Andrew Peart will, I'm sure, be insistent on getting his troops back on track. Funnily enough, Andrew Peart, an alum of Manchester High School. Of course, Glenmore, one of the big favourites for the Costa Cup title this season.
For every schoolboy football title that they're competing for, really.
A long throw comes in. Glenmore, the reigning Champions Cup winners. Here's a shot from distance. Goalkeeper Morris. Goalkeeper. Yeah, Morris equal to it. Gale trying to find a route forward. Baker passing the ball back into the middle to Lambert. They go out wide now to Caleb Campbell. Manchester win it back. There's Javante Gordon. Gordon battling. Gordon trying to line up a shot. Three defenders now to beat. Gordon takes a shot eventually, but just crowded out on that occasion. And Decarteret, having felt his wrath so far in this game, equal to the task on that occasion. Ball back in though. This time the offside flag goes up.
Yeah, really hard to stop once he gets a full head of steam going, Javante Gordon. The Decarteret defenders stuck to their task pretty well.
Manchester winning it back. Here's Gale now, trying to find Baker, and a lunging tackle from Mackenzie, coming back to do some defensive work for Manchester. Going to be a Decarteret throw in. We're in the 62nd minute of this contest. 7-0 to Manchester High in front of their home support. They won the reverse fixture by 9 goals to 0. And here they are trying to match or better that. Decarteret with no answers so far. Javante Gordon with a 4-timer. 2 goals from the number 10, Shamon Reynolds, and Troydian Fleming's getting the other goal in this resounding Manchester lead. You see Fleming's being taken off. It's a triple substitution prepared by coach Janoy Chambers.
You're also going to see the end of DeAndre Reed. He's replaced by Jatori Bailey.
And Orain Wright is also going to enter the fray for Manchester. Started this one on the bench, Leger, despite being the second leading goal scorer for Manchester coming into this game.
Yeah, he replaces the 2-goal man, Shamon Reynolds.
So Leger, you're Decarteret College. You're absolutely under the pump, trailing 7-0, and then a double-digit goal man comes on for the opponent.
I'm not quite sure I would have the answers, to be honest. Neil Senior, I'm sure, is having a warm time trying to scheme up a way how to slow down this Manchester team right now.
Yeah, I have it as 13 goals so far in the season for Orain Wright.
With 3 assists to boot.
Yeah, Coach Neil Senior, before the game, of course, telling Janae Robinson that he had a plan that he would not disclose. But I tell you what, I'm sure that plan had been thrown through the window early in the first half. Once Manchester High took control of this contest. And any halftime plan has also now gone awry. Yeah, just over 1 2/3 of a game now. Decarteret really just not having any answers for this Manchester High team. Of course, we know about the quality that Manchester High possess. But I will say that there are some talented players in this Decarteret unit. Again, though, they must find a way to keep their opponents out, and that's what they've not been able to do at all against this Manchester High team. Here they come again, Manchester. Triple substitution, adding some life in attack. This is a good pass forward, and it finds Orain Wright.
Manchester still controlling proceedings.
Yeah, so Manchester High they look for an 8th. This season started off with a 3-0 win over Belair, and then hammered Crosskeys 8-0, beat Mayday 5-0, beat this Decarteret team 9-0, had a 5-0 win over Mt.St. Joseph, then 2-1 over Belair, the only goal they've conceded so far this season, and then hammered Crosskeys 19-0 Leger, and then 8-0 over Mayday in the second fixture. I mean, only that 2-1 match away to Belair giving them any real contest, and here is another opportunity for Manchester High, and the substitute Devontae Vidal hits the ball off the inside of the post and finds the back of the net. Manchester go up 8-0.
Yeah, you were just reading out some outstanding scores from Manchester this season. They're certainly looking to put up one of those in their maiden TV game this season. Very good finish from the substitute, in off the inside of the post. That's how you know that it's a sharp finish. And they just run and take the ball out of the back of the net. They're used to scoring goals. And there's a possibility with 23 plus to play in this game. We could see this Manchester team possibly get up to 70 goals. by the time it's done in just 9 games.
And here's another attempt
and their
for Manchester.
Last game, still with a game to go in the group stages,
is going to be against St. Joseph,
a team that we saw get dismantled earlier by Belair,
and a team that they beat 5-0 in the fixture at home. If there can be any saving grace for St. Joseph Leger, it's that Manchester won't be at home for that game. It's an offside call now. But I mean, we don't have the record books in front of us. You mentioned a number just now, Leger, which sounds absolutely staggering. Here's Caleb Campbell though, trying to create an opportunity for Decarteret. And Manchester alert to the danger. Clearing this one out. Here come Decarteret again. Baker trying to spread that one out to the right, but errant pass and it goes into touch. Yeah, you mentioned the number 70 in terms of the goals that Manchester can get up to in this game.
3 away from that now.
You just wonder what the record books say in terms of the number of goals scored, team goals that is now, in a single round by a team, in the first round that is. Obviously, you'd have to compare apples and apples, so it would, you see a ball over the top here to Vidal. Vidal trying to get his second. Vidal trying to give the defender the run around. Decarteret come away with it though. Javante Gordon trying to turn on the style. Ball comes across to an unmarked Oreen Wright, but he'll tell you it's a bad bounce that did him in. It's still possession to Manchester.
Yeah, and Manchester is an institution that's so proud in terms of their sporting accolades. Of course, a team that's very prolific in other sports, track and field, cricket. It's always been very puzzling to me how they have never been able to lift an under-19 rural area trophy. As a matter of fact, this Manchester football program have never been able to lift any schoolboy football titles at any of the age groups, whether it be under 19, under 16, and under 14. Well, they have had some promising teams in recent memory, but this one certainly seems as if they're playing at a very frantic pace. In 2021, they went to the semi-finals of the Ben Francis Cup, but lost that one 4-0 to Edwin Allen. Went to the semi-final of the...
There's another looking for Vidal. Good defending though that time.
Yeah, went to the semi-final of the DaCosta Cup and lost to Dintil in 2015. Went to the final of the Ben Francis Cup also in that year and lost 4-1 to St. Elizabeth Technical. Of course, St. Elizabeth Technical won 6 straight. In 2013 also lost the Ben Francis Cup final 2-0 to St. Elizabeth Technical. 2012 I think would have been their most disappointing one, losing 2-1 to Grange Hill in the Ben Francis semi-final. So within the last decade plus, they have had teams that have competed in the latter stages of competitions, and this is without mentioning how far they've advanced in under 14 and under 16 competitions, but yet to really get across the line. They'll be looking to change that this season, and if this first round is anything to go by, they'll have a say deep into this DaCosta Cup this season.
Ball played forward. Here's Oreen Wright. Another one of the substitutes. Wright trying to find an angle. Wright through on goal. Keeper at 6s and 7s. Wright rolls it through his legs. Manchester High Now go 9-0 up. This was the scoreline at the end of the reverse fixture. And they've matched it, Manchester High, with less than 18 minutes to go. And they have the opportunity to make this even more embarrassing.
Yeah, Orain Wright with a buccaneering run. Cutting through this Decarteret team. Got very lucky on several occasions, but eventually just put it on target. It's exactly what he did, and he now has 14 goals on the season. Manchester's second highest goal scorer. 9-0. And is there any surprise anymore? Manchester just keep on scoring goals at an obscene rate.
So they're now at 68 goals.
Yep.
For the season so far, Manchester High. One of the things though that must be pointed out as we see another opportunity. Here's Mackenzie bearing down on goal. And that one is saved by the goalkeeper. Dintill leading Tasha Scolding by 8-0 in another one of the matches in the ISSA Costa Cup. Yeah, one of the things that must be pointed out as well is that I think the Decarteret goalkeeper Morris has really contributed to a number of those easy opportunities for Manchester in this game. Every single time he's left his line, he's really left the goal wide open. And I think a lot of the times he's left his line and just found himself in no man's land, really. As we see Decarteret with another substitution. And has just allowed the Manchester team to easily slot home. I think we've seen from Morris is that every time he's actually stayed on his line, he's actually done pretty well. Trying to play another ball through Manchester. And Decarteret, you would have thought a long time ago would have gone into damage control mode, but they have not done that. They have not just sat behind the ball and tried to ensure that Manchester don't score more. And they've only managed to end up making this game, or the scoreline at least, look just more embarrassing. 18-0 over 2 legs they've conceded.
With time still left to go.
The substitute now for Decarteret, Khalid Wright, getting into the thick of things.
That's actually a foul in favor of Decarteret. And that's going to be a pretty good position to get a shot on target. Yes. Probably around between 25 and 30 yards from goal.
The substitute Sinclair winning that foul for Decarteret. For Decarteret, surely now it must be about just trying to get yourself on the score sheet. You've already been embarrassed so often by this Manchester team. You really just want something to go back to school with. Lining one up from distance, well over the bar from Tyen Lambert.
Yeah, disappointing attempt there.
Yeah, really sums up the day for Decarteret College against this Manchester High team. And really just not at the races. Just haven't been able to match the quality of a marauding Manchester High unit. Again, just to reiterate, not many have, if we're being fair, in this particular zone. Belair giving the best opposition to Manchester throughout the group stages so far. There was a 2-1 win for Manchester. Here's a shot from distance. It's the closest of any Manchester game so far, and the only goal they've conceded comes Decarteret on the counter. Caleb Campbell wins it back. Passes it out to Sinclair. Sinclair playing it wide. Cross coming in. Straight into the arms of a waiting Elijah Ward.
Was really had not much to do in this game.
Relax, you just go forward, relax. Exactly, relax. Relax, you just go forward, relax.
Manchester now looking to settle proceedings.
The ball over the top now. Gordon giving chase. Feels like he's been able to win every one of these duels. Has Javante Gordon. Manchester still in possession through Walker. Tries to get the ball across. Goes into touch. So you could call them neighbours, Leger. Just 2.7 kilometers away from Manchester is Decarteret. But it's gonna feel like an awfully long journey back to Decarteret College after this.
Yeah, a lot of bragging rights at stake whenever these two face off, and we can say that most of those bragging rights have gone the way of Manchester.
All but one in the last 13 years.
Yeah.
Well, all but two. One ended in a draw, actually. And one ended in a win for Decarteret. But 20 times out of 22 prior to this one, Manchester has walked away winners, and in some of those matches, massive winners as well. This one is going to be another one of those marauding wins for Manchester. Incidentally, Leger, 9-0 as we said in the first leg in this season. 2019 first round 9-0 as well, and the biggest ever margin of victory for Manchester over Decarteret in the last 13 years. That's since 2012. 11-0 in 2017 in a first round encounter. Here is another opportunity. It's a chance to make it 10. Manchester can still get this one across the line, and the goalkeeper did very, very well to prevent a 10th.
Yeah, really good saves on that occasion. Stayed tall in the end. Getting a bit scruffy, these opportunities.
That one is saved off the line. And it's going to be another corner to Manchester. Some fans behind the goal were appealing, saying whether that ball has crossed the line. It's like Decarteret successful in just saving that one off the line, and now goalkeeper Morris has a problem. We're going to have the opportunity to see this one again, Leger. Well, the whole ball has to cross the whole line. And so it looks to me like a part of the ball went across the line, but it's hard to tell from that particular replay whether all of the ball crossed all of the line.
Okay, maybe one more replay, slow-mo, could do us justice. But my natural inclination is to agree with referee Mason. It didn't look as if all the ball crossed the line.
It's hard to tell, but from this, Leger, I'm just going to use instinct and agree with you. Sometimes you're not able to tell fully, but what you use is some context clues. The thickness of the line, to me, it looks like the entire ball would not have crossed the entire line just from that replay.
Yeah, especially looking at the positioning of the foot of the defender.
Yeah.
Doesn't seem as if it was far beyond the line either, so marginal, but Decarteret survived without conceding a 10th.
For now.
For now.
Corner kick coming in. Header back across goal. And this one bounces up too high and goes over the top. And the last victory for Decarteret in this fixture came in 2014. Decarteret winning 3-0 on that occasion. That's a long, long time ago. So they faced off with each other, as you tend to see in the Da Costa Cup, because the teams are really zoned by geographical area, so the teams face off against each other regularly. They're generally in the same zones, apart from one or two occasions.
Yeah, especially two schools that are this close to each other.
Yeah.
Only on odd occasions ISSA makes strange decisions, such as putting Denby and Glenmuir in separate groups, even though they are quite literally next door to each other.
Here's a chance for Decarteret, but coming across quickly is Damani Myers for Manchester, and now he's down with a cramp to that left calf. Yeah, so two teams that know each other well, and Manchester has always held the upper hand in this contest. I suppose though, Leger, that the real key for Janoy Chambers will be how does he assess his team's performances from this group stage, given that, you know, a number of these games were just not ever competitive. And you know you're going to face stronger opposition the deeper you go into the competition, and sometimes the group games don't necessarily prepare you for that.
Yeah, I think it's all about giving a team confidence and rhythm going into the next round, as I've been harping on. But the only thing I would be concerned about is the fact that at current they are more of a front-running team. This Manchester team haven't faced any adversity this season. What's going to happen if they go into the next round and face a team that take the lead against them, for example? That will be the psychological test, but for now, it's all about continuing to get confidence into all members of the squad.
Yeah, as Irene Wright skies that one, 14 goals for the season for Wright.
And also keeping them very physically fit and fresh, because if it's one thing about the Da Costa Cup, I would say probably close to all of the teams that will be in the round of 16 minimum can match this Manchester team physically, and that's the advantage that Manchester have had over the teams in their group. They won't be able to overrun teams like even Ocho Rios High or Glenmuir or Garvey Maceo, like how they've overrun this Decarteret team.
Yeah, Maya is still feeling the effects of that particular cramp, and he's replaced by Johnny White. Manchester tried to come forward again. Yeah, I like the point you made, Leger, about how Manchester will react in the face of adversity. Haven't been tested so far in the group stages, and that's the point I was alluding to. It's difficult to try to simulate that, and I'm sure that's probably what will be in the back of the mind of Coach Janoy Chambers and the rest of his technical staff, is the fact that you have not been tested at this stage, and if the test comes at the stage where you don't have a chance to correct it, how will your boys respond? That remains to be seen. Of course, you can do nothing else but play the teams that are in front of you, and they've put away all the teams that have been in front of them, Manchester. But again, as you said, you see this long throw coming into the box, Vidal, the overhead kick and shot coming in one time, not making the connection that they wanted though, Manchester. As you said, they won't be able to just run by the better teams in this rural area competition like the way they've run by Decarteret College. It's going to be a much tougher test. And as a number of coaches will tell you, you really do learn a lot more from your team and learn a lot more about yourself in defeat than you do in victory, especially with victories like this. It's hard to take any lessons away. It's the humility that defeat provides that teaches you the tough lessons in sport, in football, in life really. Comes another opportunity for Manchester High, and it's going to roll across the line. And Decarteret have been smashed for 10 here. Manchester High with more reasons to celebrate. Orain Wright with more reasons to celebrate. The second leading scorer has now taken his tally up to 15. Here we go again. And I think initially just trying to round the keeper, but didn't even need a second touch on this Orain Wright. The goal was wide open.
Yeah, and he quite literally has been bundling them in. Orain Wright, 15 on the season now. No small feat within itself. Manchester, 69 goals this season in 9 games. Absolutely staggering.
Another ball forward here from Manchester. And we spoke about Orain Wright being a national youth cricketer as well. This particular score looks more like a cricket score. It looks like 10 without loss, rather than a football score, Leger.
Yeah, I wish, because seeing that he is a Jamaican cricketer, I wish that West Indies could get to 10 without loss. But that seems like wishful thinking in Test cricket for them nowadays.
But Manchester, after today, should know who they're going to be matching up against in the next round. Manchester, as the winner of Zone F, will go up against the second place from Zone G. And the runner-up Zone I and the best third place. So right now, Alphonsus Davis, as things stands, Alphonsus Davis and Garvey Maceo, the reigning champions, could be grouped with Manchester.
That certainly would give them a test.
It would. And then the best third place team as well. So again, have to emphasize that's the latest information we have, but of course things could change depending on the other results. We see Decarteret here, not going to be able to keep that ball in, are they? I think the assistant says that ball had gone out of play.
Wouldn't have made too much of a difference because they did fluff their lines with the shots.
Yeah, so that would be interesting to see if indeed Decarteret gets grouped with this Manchester High team. Could be a very interesting next round as Manchester look to continue to fill their boots and Vidal is taken down. They've had a lot to cheer for, the Manchester High support.
I can't lie, Jordan, I would get a little bit tired, maybe even a little bit frustrated cheering for my team 69 times in one group stage with a game to go. Nearly 8 goals a game so far. I understand why when the players have scored, we haven't seen any elaborate celebrations like we usually do in schoolboy football. It's because they got all the celebrations out early in the contest, early in the season.
But 10-0 in 90 minutes is a goal every 9 minutes.
Better than their season average so far. Came into the game averaging a goal every 12.
Could be another goal for Manchester High. No, it's not. Ball goes into touch. So referee Mason will be checking his watch continuously here. And the Decarteret College, they would have been begging for that full-time whistle a long, long time ago. So it was a minimum of 2 minutes added, and we are beyond those 2 minutes now. Ball clipped forward, hoofed away by Decarteret. No prizes are going to be given away for who will be adjudged as our top striker. Sponsored by Burt's Auto Parts at the end of this game. But we'll see that coming up in a short while. This is another ball played forward, and it goes into touch. Referee Christopher Mason has seen enough. 10-0 in favor of the home team, Manchester High School. The Vuvuzelas go off in celebration of another dominant performance from Manchester over their neighbours. Decarteret College really and truly out of it. And it's 19-0 over the course of 2 legs in this one. Manchester High School still only conceded 1 goal all season. We're going to go straight into the highlights at full time. And there'll be a lot of highlights, Leger. And a lot from this particular man, Javante Gordon, their number 7, taken down in the box. Steps up and coolly slots home from the penalty spot, Javante Gordon. And Manchester High were off and running. Speaking of off and running, Gordon himself was off and running. Bang, 2-0 to Manchester High. You can see their keeper, Elijah Ward, in the background celebrating. He perhaps had an idea of what was on the horizon. This ball played forward, and it took some skill from Shamon Reynolds, firstly to get it under control, and then to skip by 4 defenders successfully, and then slot home by a hapless Jaboki Morris in goal for Decarteret College. And that was 3-0. This is all in the first half, by the way. This would make it 4. Battling Gordon, and then a cool bit of skill just to get by the goalkeeper here, who was really and truly in no man's land, and then just to finish that one off with the left foot. It was 4-0 at half time, and then Gordon started the second half where he finished the first. Just turned on the speed. Too much for the defenders, too much for the goalkeeper, and that was 5-0 to Manchester. And this now was another goal from Reynolds. That made it 6. And Reynolds continued to add to his tally for the season. The aforementioned Javante Gordon turning provider, Troydian Flemings, on the end of this one. A man who knows what it's like to taste success from Manchester in the sport of athletics, using his speed to good effect. And then Manchester again bearing down on goal, and every time they got behind this Decarteret defence, it looked like they would score. This time it was a substitute, Devontae Vidal. Good bit of skill from Orain Wright. He's the second leading goal scorer for Manchester, and some luck as well. Not that Manchester really needed much of it. And then Wright was on the double for his 15th of the season. 10-0 to Manchester High over Decarteret College. And this is the gulf in quality. 35 shots, 19 on target for Manchester. Only 5 shots and 2 on target for Decarteret. There are 12 fouls in the game, the majority committed by Decarteret College. And no cards. 8 corners to Manchester High, underscoring their dominance. And if there ever was a question about how much they control this contest, then the possession stats would put that to bed. 10-0 in favor of Manchester High. I'm going to be standing by now to hear the thoughts of both coaches. It'll be interesting to juxtapose their thoughts at the end of the game against what they said before the game. Coach Janoy Chambers was very much focused on a team approach from his boys, while Coach Neil Sr. said he had a few tricks up his sleeve. Here is the Bert's Auto Parts top striker, Javante Gordon. He was a man on a mission today against Decarteret College. Here he is, firstly winning a penalty and stepping up as the team's top striker and slotting this penalty home. That was only the beginning for him. That was his second of the contest. Javante Gordon firing home past Jabuki Morris. This one with a lot more guile to complete the hat-trick. And then this one now was just about pace and brute force from Gordon. For his fourth of the game. And there can be no questions about why he is the Bert's Auto Parts top striker. 25 goals on the season for today. Azari Barnett is standing by to give us the thoughts of both coaches.
Yes, I am here with the Manchester High Coach Janoy Chambers. Today was just strictly dominance. I want you to assess today's game for me, please.
And I see it a bit different. I think first half, the boys played the occasion more than actually the game, and we're a bit sloppy with some of our decision making, especially bringing the ball from the different thirds. Second half, we were a bit more organized and a bit more disciplined, and it showed in the performance second half. Second half, the boys did follow instruction, play to what we have been practicing, and that's the thing, they are young boys, so I have to just keep on encouraging them,
Yes, Coach, and I've seen that in your tactics today, going more direct to your star player, Javante Gordon. Speak to me more on him getting 4 goals today.
Well, I wouldn't go as far as to say he's a star player. He's an important player, just as all the other players who start or the ones who didn't even play. But he is contributing, he's growing, he's only 16, going to be 17, so we have to just keep on encouraging him and make him take the most of these opportunities.
Yes, Coach, and I want to thank you so much and all the best in the future. Coach. And now we welcome the coach of Decarteret College. Coach, it was a rough one today, conceding double-digit in goals. But speak to me on something positive that you can move on from today.
Well, I have to just know that we're dealing with a young bunch of youths, and sometimes they're naive. But, there are work to be done, and we think we can get it up to a better scratch next season, come next season.
Yeah, Coach, you said naive. I want you to speak to me on what could be improved for next season.
Well, first to point out, we need a frontline striker, definitely. Yeah, and from there we can build. Yeah, but definitely, you see, it was just in the last third mostly we have our letdown. If we had a point striker, maybe the scoreline would have been a little bit better.
Yes, and I've seen it in some of your players, and there's a bright future ahead. Coach, thank you so much, and all the best.
There's talent there. There's talent there. It's just for them to make up their mind, dedicate. These youth nowadays, them not dedicate to training. That's one of the things. They dedicate and stick to hard training, then it will come out.
All right, thank you so much, Coach.
Cheers,
man. Yeah. Yes, and there you have it from me at the Manchester High Ground.
All right, yeah. Azari Barnett there, 10-0 for Manchester in this, and they have really and truly secured the top spot now from Zone F and await their opponents in the next round. Thank you so much for joining us for our coverage of this doubleheader from Manchester High School. We saw where Belair ran out 5-0 winners over Mt.St. Joseph and Manchester running out 10-0 winners over Decarteret College. On behalf of Leger Williams, producer Philip Riley, Janae Robinson, Azari Barnett, and the rest of the hard-working team, I'm Jordan Fort saying bye-bye for now. Stick and stay with CVM TV to find out where we will be next.